Work in the morning.
Alexa, show me your
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, October 19th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got Thursday night football, Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Nolens Saints. Kickoff in about 15 minutes. Head into the room and get your snacks and drinks situated, and this should be a good matchup tonight. Now, a lot of times when we have Thursday night, Sunday night, or Monday night matchups, they usually end up being a little suspect, or when we look at them on paper, it doesn't look very good. But with this matchup, as long as Trevor Lawrence and his knee were going to hold up, I figured that this would actually be a very competitive game that could go either way. Jacksonville could win. They're very balanced. You could argue they might have the most balanced team as far as the top teams in the AFC, with the Chiefs, the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Jags. You know, I like the O, I like the D, I like everything that they're being able to do to give you that balance. The same thing that you get with the Detroit Lions, offense and defense, the San Francisco 49ers, offense and defense, and the Philadelphia Eagles, offense and defense. Now, we probably would assume the Miami Dolphins are a better team than the Jaguars, but I do feel that the Dolphins and the Jags are two teams that could upset Buffalo or Kansas City in the playoffs this year. Anything can happen in the NFL on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. And I kept telling all of y'all, even in preseason, that I thought that the Lions were going to be the truth this year. You know, I got David Montgomery, I got Amon-Ra St. Brown, I got Sam Laporta in fantasy. I wouldn't carry or roster three players from a team that I truly didn't believe in, because I'm trying to win championships every single year. And a lot of people now in the media are dubbing the Lions as the best team in football. I'm not sure if I necessarily would go that far, but they're definitely one of the best. And if you're just talking about right now, you could argue, yeah, the Lions are the best team. And if you go back to last year, you know, they are 13-4. 13-4 based off those last 7 or 8 games in the regular season last year, and then this beautiful 5-1 start that they have now. So, you know, a lot of times I can see things maybe about 2 or 3 weeks or even a month, you know, before the national media or other sports fans see it. And it's kind of nice that everyone is embracing that the Detroit Lions are not a fluke. They are the real deal. Jared Goff and the Goffense is real. And just like these two teams, the Saints and the Jacksonville Jaguars have a lot to prove. I feel the Jags are that sleeper team in the AFC. And with the Saints, you know, if they can improve that offensive line, you know, and the obviously head coaching by Dennis Allen and the play calling by Carmichael, then maybe, you know, they can squeeze past the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and possibly compete for that NFC South crown. But I think a lot of Saints fans right now are thinking, you got to get this one. This is a must-win game. Carr has not played well. The offensive line has been terrible. The coaching has been bad. The play calling on offense has been terrible. Something needs to change. But one thing that the Saints do have is a top 5 defense. And when you have a top 5 defense, you're going to be able to be in almost every game as long as you get at least something out of the O. So, you know, you have to get over 20 points to be able to win this game. And the Saints haven't been able to get over 20 points pretty much all season. So this will be a very key test at home. Can you get over 20 points against the Jacksonville Jaguars? If you do, you have a good chance to win. If you end up getting held to 19 or under, like let's say you're somewhere between 13 and 19, then the Saints are going to lose 100%. So AK-41 Alvin Kamara, Carr, you know, Olave, Michael Thomas, Rashid Shaheed, somebody's got to be able to step up other than the defense. And we already know the O-line has more injuries. You know, the rookie Penning looks like was a mistake. They made the wrong choice on that offensive lineman. And I know Jacksonville is hungry. You know, they went up there, you know, and obviously beat Buffalo in London. They look very, very good with ETN. And you can tell when Trevor and ETN are on the same page, they're very hard to beat. If ETN is going off, you're not going to win. You know, it's just the way that it goes. Plus, you got guys like Calvin Ridley, Evan Ingram, Christian Kirk. Like the Jags are the sleeper team in the AFC in 2023. I just don't think anyone is really noticing it early, or they're not commenting on it. Everyone's talking about the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Dolphins. And I know the Eagles and the Dolphins are going to go against each other on Sunday night. But this is a key matchup to keep an eye on for that sleeper team in the AFC that has good balance, because we know the Chiefs don't got it. The Bills don't got it, right? The Chiefs wide receiving core, even bringing back McCole Hardman, that's not going to solve those problems. The Bills defensive woes, obviously with Tre'Davious White and Matt Milano out for the year, that's going to hurt them. So what does that mean? There's going to be teams that can step up and take it from them. They can take it from the Chiefs. They can take it from the Bills. And my two top teams in the AFC are the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars that could take it from the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. But you got to earn it. That is big facts. And then as far as the Saints are concerned, I wouldn't dub them one of the top teams in the NFC. We have the Niners. We got the Eagles. Obviously, the Detroit Lions. You got the Seahawks. You got the Buccaneers. You got a few teams kind of floating around, right? But I would say that the Saints are on the outside looking in. But if they can get that offensive line fixed, I think that they can be one of the top 6 teams, top 7 teams in the NFC. But right now, they're kind of on the outside looking in. And I don't think there's that much of a difference, really, between the Saints and the Bucs. We don't have a running game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but that's really our only weakness. Our O-line is good. Our defense is good. Baker has been playing pretty good unless he gets a very tough opponent like the Lions and the Eagles, and that's kind of where the losses have come from, teams that have that good balance. But other than that, let's get into it, baby. Thursday Night Football. We got a few more subs. Now we're 896 away from 21,000, so it's nice that we're gaining some ground there. So the correct number right now, we are at 20,106, and it just feels like a few weeks back, we were at 19,700. So this feels good that we're going in the right direction, and we're not going to go backwards ever again. The thumbnails are on point. The backgrounds are on point, and I am ready to go. Let's get it, baby. TNF, Jags, Saints. Let's get it, baby. Sarah in the building. What's good? I did see that the Diamondbacks won there at home. Good for them not to get swept by the Phillies. And I didn't think that they would. I figured they would win 1 or 2 games, but that was a must-win game because if you go down 3-0, it's over. So good for the Diamondbacks to get at least 1 dub so that way they're not embarrassed, in the ALCS. Daniel in the building. What's good? Let's get to 100 in donos. Elliot in the building. What's good? I would be nervous too. Ramczyk is out. Penning is not starting, but the offensive line is a mess. And the crazy thing is, it's like I'm not used to seeing like the Colts offensive line for Sarah's team not be on point. I'm not used to seeing the Saints O-line not be on point for years and years and years. Ramczyk, and Quentin Nelson. Like I already know what I'm getting. And then as of late, I'm not seeing the same type of teams that I was seeing in years past as far as the offensive line is concerned. So, you are at home, and again, you have to get over 20 points. You guys haven't been able to get over 20 all year, and that's shocking for the Saints. But like I was mentioning, I don't know if this Carr marriage is going to work, but I guarantee if the offensive line was better, a lot of fans would like Carr more, as being like a top 15 quarterback. He might not be top 10, but Carr normally is somewhere between 10 and 15 or 10 and 16. Sometimes he'll play like a top 8. Sometimes he'll play like a bottom 5, right? But you got to think the Raiders, they never had an O-line, but what they did have is better weapons at running back, with Jacobs, AK's back, so that's pretty even, right? But if you look at Waller when he was healthy, right? When you're looking at Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfrow, when he actually was getting the football, it just seemed like the weapons were working a little bit better there, even though they didn't have an offensive line. And now the Raiders are probably missing Carr. And then the Saints fans are probably thinking, you know what? Maybe we should start Taysom Hill over Carr. Yes, I know it's politics and it's political, but if you don't trust a guy in the pocket and he's hanging on to the football too long and he's overthrowing, underthrowing, doesn't have that swagger and that poise that we're used to from the Saints, if the Saints want to be able to take the division from my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, sometimes you got to make tough decisions. And if it was me, and I like I said, Dennis Allen is not a good coach. He's a good defensive coordinator. Head coach, he's garbage. Carmichael, even a worse play caller than head coach than obviously Dennis Allen, and the offensive line is terrible. So at this point, I think that it would be very controversial, right? But I would bench Carr, and I would throw in Taysom Hill. Now, do I know Taysom Hill can fumble the football and throw picks? Yes, I know Jameis Winston is a turnover machine. Carr is better than Jameis. But I think at this point, Taysom Hill would be a better quarterback with this offensive line because at least that way you can run the RPO. You can't run it with Carr. He can end up running the ball, passing the ball, and he can end up doing an RPO read option, and you can also do the tush push. You can do a lot of things, with Taysom Hill that you can't do with Carr. And I know they're not going to do that. I know they're not, right? But if it was me, I've seen enough, and if I want to be able to try to make the playoffs, I would let Carr try to earn it back. But at this point, it's not all his fault. A big chunk of it is the offensive line's fault for not being healthy and not being good. And it's making Carr look shittier than he really is. Because I guarantee if you had that offensive line that you had from a few years ago, no one's talking about the Saints right now with the shitty coach, shitty coordinator, calling plays, and Carr being not that good or the O-line being shitty. But the NFL is a business. There is politics involved. So I know Carr will not get benched all year. It will have to be an injury to Carr for Taysom Hill to get the job. But for me, moving forward, if the Saints really wanted to try to make the playoffs and take it from my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, making a tough decision on benching Carr and just seeing what you can get out of Taysom Hill, for at least a start or two, it's not going to kill you. If Taysom Hill starts, he does shitty, pull him, put Carr in the first quarter or the second quarter or the second half. But I want to see how Taysom Hill plays with a shitty offensive line compared to how Carr plays with a shitty offensive line. And I think Carr is a better thrower of the football, but as so far, the chemistry in the marriage, it's not working for me. I feel that you could win more games with Taysom Hill at this point, especially if the defense is trying to do their job and the defense is top 5. They haven't been able to give up, 275 passing yards for like 20 plus straight games. It's the longest streak in the NFL. So they don't give up a whole lot of points. But the thing is, for the Saints to be able to be competitive, that defense needs to be top 5. The O-line needs to be top 10, right? And the offense needs to score more than fucking 20 points. If you can't score 20 points, you're not going to be able to win a lot of games in the NFL. You're probably going to be, roaming around 500 or slightly maybe below. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now with the New Orleans Saints. The Jacksonville Jaguars are that sleeper team in the AFC because they have balance. The Saints are just kind of hanging on by a thread, hoping they can figure out Dennis Allen, Carmichael, and this O-line. But if it takes too long, Tampa is going to run away with this division, and I don't even have a running back that can play well. Rashad White has been a bust. Keyshawn Vaughn isn't good enough. I know Derrick Henry's name has been floating out there. I wish we could get Derrick Henry because then that would help us be a little bit better, but I know Tampa wouldn't. But we need better running backs. Hell, even bring in Leonard Fournette off of free agency and adding him to my team to give me a little bit more comfort because, I got Rashad White, and I got Mike Evans in fantasy. So I know when my team is doing good and when my team isn't. And I think the Saints aren't that far behind, Tampa Bay. But this is a very key game. If you want to keep up with Tampa and try to steal the division, even though you're having problems with head coach, OC, and O-line, you have to win this game as a Saints fan, 100%. But it's going to be tough because, in my opinion, this is a top 4 team in the AFC. You got the Chiefs, you got the Bills, you got the Dolphins, and then even though the Ravens are kind of floating, around there as well, I like Jacksonville but more than I like the Ravens. I don't really like the way that Lamar is handling the offense. The defense is pretty good, but the offense to me is very lackluster and bland and vanilla for the Ravens. So I feel that Jacksonville is the sleeper team. They are the equivalent to the Detroit Lions in the AFC, except not as good. They don't have as much depth, in my opinion, player for player. But the players that they do have are awesome. Trevor Lawrence, awesome. ETN, awesome. Ridley, awesome. Evan Ingram, above average tight end. Christian Kirk, above average complimentary piece. Offensive line could be better. Defense could be better. But, when you got guys on defense named Josh Allen, they fly around, and their defense is very, very good. So we're going to probably see a defensive battle, and it wouldn't shock me if this game ends up being under 24 points, and it could end up being under 20. It could end up being like a 19-16 game, 20-17, but hopefully we end up getting more than 20, and we end up getting like a 27, 24 kind of game, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's all going to depend on the Saints O and that O-line. That's really going to be the deciding factor. And if that O-line stinks, right? And Trevor's knee can hold up. This one could get ugly, and I could definitely see the Jags running away with it as well. So let's go, baby. Let's get it. Reflect in the building. What's good? Finley in the building. What's good? Sarah with $1. Reflect with 2. Appreciate you guys. Let's get the donos up, the likes up, the subs up. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $1 holla. Let me know what you want for a photo during the commercial break, and I got you. Reflect with a tour. I appreciate that. Every dollar counts. People say that, $1, $2 donos don't matter. It's lies. Everything matters. Everything adds up. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $2 holla. Let's go. Let's go. Let me know what you want as well. And here we go. Amazon Prime, baby. Yeah, well, it's more than just Carmichael. I'm not a hater of the Saints. I actually really enjoy watching the Saints every week. I haven't missed a game in years, and I feel it's more than that. Dennis Allen is not a good head coach. He's a coordinator, put in a role to try to be a leader. He's not a leader. The players don't respect him. You need someone like a Sean Payton type to do better. So it's not only Carmichael, it also is Dennis Allen and the offensive line, and also fucking up, picking Penning in the draft. That was the wrong pick. First down and 10, shotgun set for Lawrence, handoff to ETN. Nice defense there. And stopping ETN will be the key to victory for the Nolens Saints. Yeah, Astros are trying to tie the series up. The Diamondbacks ended up getting a dub. Good for them. So now it's 2-1. We'll see if they can get it to 2-2. And the Astros are 100% motivated to get it to 2-2. So that way they can go back to Houston and, try to take care of business. And if Houston ends up coming back and winning the series, I would not be shocked. Astros are deep. Lawrence. There we go. First down, Jaguars. Evan Ingram. He needed a rebirth in his career from New York, where he had a lot of, I feel like, confidence issues. He had to hit the jug machine. People gave up on him. We got him in fantasy. We dropped him in fantasy. But it's nice to see that this particular team with Dougie P, it's really special. And like I said, a lot of people didn't see the Lions like I do. They didn't see the Jags like I do. But again, the number one you think you have to look for, you have to look for balance. And if you see balance on the offense and the defense, that's what's going to make a top 10 team in the NFL, sometimes even top 5. Go, go, go. Hell yeah. First down, Jags. Just like Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow coming out of LSU, you got ETN and Trevor coming out of Clemson, and it shows you some people were questioning, was this the right person to pick? Was this the right guy when they already had James Robinson? And as you have seen, sometimes he starts a little slow, but when that engine gets a revving, ETN is definitely one of the top 10 running backs in the NFL, especially when he's healthy. Big facts. You look at his fantasy numbers, he can hit 10 to 15, but every once in a while, he'll hit 20 to 40. He's that explosive. Let's go. Well, of course, especially when you've seen a team that has weaknesses that we normally don't see. We normally don't see an offensive line for the Saints be bootios and have problems, right? We don't usually see the head coach and the offensive coordinator struggle. This is the first time that we've ever, seen the Saints be this vulnerable. But even with that being said, that top 5 defense and the leaders that they have on the team are good enough still to win the NFC South. And I'm a Bucs fan saying that. But things need to improve dramatically if they want to get past the Bucs. Go, Trevor. Sliding and safe. First down, Jags. Let's go, baby. Yes, I love watching Wemby. And Saints fans are big supporters of mine, and I'm big supporters of them. So people think I'm low-key a Saint fan, but I just like to be able to appreciate the greatness, with the Panthers, the Falcons, the Bucs, and the Saints, because we don't really have anybody on YouTube. There's not a lot of us that represent the NFC South first. You get a lot of these YouTubers that are out there. Some are NFC, some are AFC, but you don't really get a lot of Saints, a lot of Falcons, a lot of Panthers, or a lot of Bucs representation. And I cover all 32 teams as if they were my own. but I got to make sure I'm giving that proper love and appreciation for them as well. And I had to hit you with the ETN and the AK-41 on the thumb. You know I had to. I was going to use Trevor Lawrence and Carr, but I was like, nah. I mean, anybody can do that. Let's showcase the running backs because I felt that they were going to play good today. And let's see if your boy was right. Let's go, baby. First time getting AK on the thumb this year, and he deserves it. Still one of my favorite players, even though he had that incident with his homies in the elevator where they tried to curb stomp, the homie that was talking shit. So it's like, when you have battles like that and you're an NFL player, you got to be able to walk away. Pass incomplete. Second down and 10 for Trevor Lawrence. But you've seen a kind of a rebirth in the Saints. Those first 3 or 4 games without AK-41, they look like dog shit. With AK in the lineup, they look like, okay, they've been reborn again. We know the line is terrible. Right? It's very, very bad. And there's actually some skill players there, and they've had a couple guys go away in free agency as well that were injury prone, right? And they ended up getting injured on their new team. But that Penning pick really hurt because they were banking on that. Oh, good tackle. There we go. And now at this point, Penning isn't even starting. So, it shows you how important an offensive line and a defensive line is in football. You can have all these star pieces and skill position players at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. But if your O-line and D-line aren't right, you are going to struggle in this league. Big facts. Well, he's got Super Bowl experience, and obviously you've seen what he did compared to what Urban Meyer was doing. He wasn't kicking kickers named Lambeau. He was actually upsetting teams like Staley and my guy Justin Herbert and the Chargers. And it doesn't surprise me because they have more balance, and they don't have injury problems like the Chargers every year. Shotgun set, 3rd down and 7. Trevor, there we go. First down, Jags. And like I said, right now, the Dolphins and Jags are my 2 favorite teams in the AFC. And then obviously Eagles, Lions, and Niners, those are the 3 best in the NFC. And it's pretty clear. Those are your 5 best overall teams, I feel, from top to bottom. And even though the Dolphins still need a little bit more defense, guys like Javon Holland from Oregon at safety, they have some pieces. Their defense is nowhere near complete. They're an offensive machine like a Lambo or Ferrari, but adding a couple more under Mike McDaniel, then they're going to be really scary. Go. Look at this play call. Yes. First down, Jags. Agnew is a sleeper too. Let's go. But that's the number one thing I look for. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. And how good is the offense compared to the defense? And obviously with the problems we've seen with the Chiefs, and with the Bills, someone is going to take the AFC, and I don't know if it's going to be those 2 teams. Are those 2 teams still going to be in the playoffs and still be in it? Yes, but I don't have any confidence in those 2 teams. I really don't. I have more confidence in Miami and Jacksonville week to week. Handoff, touchdown, Jaguars. Hey, your boy put him on the thumb, and your boy delivers. Your boy got the ESP. It could have been somebody else. I could have put Calvin Ridley. I could have put Trevor Lawrence. I could have put Josh Allen because I love defense, but I said, nah. Both of these guys are hitting the end zone tonight. ETM. And the thing is, both of these guys may score more than once, even though the defenses are pretty stifling and stout. There we go. Nice to see Trevor's knee holding up. There we go, baby. Kick is up, and it's good. I agree. Seahawks, Buccaneers, those teams, Packers, that are like pretty good, but we're not on the same level as the elite teams that were close, but we still need a little bit more. Having that creative play caller definitely goes a long ways, but you also have to have the personnel. 7-0 Jacksonville. And if you're a Saint fan, you're really worried because you had to feel that the only way that you were going to win this game is that it wouldn't be the home crowd willing you because they already know Allen sucks, Carmichael sucks, the line sucks. You're going to have to get a big day out of AK-41. Carr has to be as efficient as he's been all year, and the defense has got to get sack lunches, punch outs, and possibly a fumble for a touchdown or a pick six or a punt return or a kick return for a touchdown for Uncle Mo and momentum to kind of even the odds, because I just don't see the Saints being able to put up as much offensive production as the Jacksonville Jaguars from Saxonville. So we will see. What do you guys want to see for photos for the 2 of you that donated so far? Let me know what you want to see and I got you. Let me know. This 7-0 Jacksonville. Your boy drinking water, trying to be healthy. Take Josh Downs. Good choice. A sleeper wide receiver for sure. But you're not going to actually see the full potential out of a lot of the guys since AR is out, unfortunately, for the year. So like I was mentioning to you, we love AR, but when you have a big body like that, you're going to be prone to injuries for your whole career. And if he's going to play that aggressively where he's trying to run over everyone every game, your career is going to get cut short. I think there's more talent out of AR than out of Bryce Young so far, because Bryce is undersized. But once Bryce gets better weapons, better coaching, he'll catch up to the other two. Let me hit you with the Colt logo. Got one more for you. And let me know, Reflect, what you're wanting too. Spinning logos are the best. Horseshoe, baby. I see you. $3. Let's get to a hundo. 97 to go. Get the likes up. We'll try to get to that 20 number for likes, and if we can hit that, then we'll go to 30, just depending on if we end up getting recommended and hit the algorithm from either YouTube or other channels. You never know. 65% completion percentage, just a yard under 1,300 yards, 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. And in most people's minds, that's a failure. You got more touchdowns than picks, but they brought you in to be a top 10 quarterback or top 12, and you're better than Jameis, even when you're struggling. But I feel Taysom Hill, I would rather have him at quarterback than Carr at this point. What happened to my hands? Come on, AK. Come on, Carr. That might be the story of today if we're seeing shit like that. If you're going to hit him with a little screen or a little delayed run there that was a fake to be like a little bit of a screen, you got to catch it, man. Come on now. And not a good start for the Saints defense, already giving up a touchdown with Trevor Lawrence and that knee injury. 2nd down and 10. Hand off to AK. There we go. And they're going to have to give AK 20 to 30 carries. If you don't give that guy 20 to 30 carries, you have 0% chance winning this game tonight, in my opinion. He's the one that's going to start it for you, and that'll open up the play action in the passing game. If he only gets 10 to 14 carries, they're going to get blown out tonight. Some Doug Peterson. Okay. I got you. Shotgun set. Carr. There we go. AK's got to be the number one target. There we go. First down, Saints. You got Michael Thomas. You got Olave. You got Rashid Shaheed. But if the offensive line is struggling and the Jags have one of the best defenses in the AFC, right? You just can't play, just with house money. You got to be very efficient with your play calls. It's not like you're one of those teams that's got a brilliant, offensive line. Look at Carr lining up as a receiver. Taysom Hill in the game. Looks like they got my message. Taysom with the keeper. And you don't get that out of Carr. There we go. They must have checked my voicemail. I left him a voicemail letting them know that they need to implement Taysom Hill or start him. Obviously, they didn't listen to the starting position of it, but if you want to win games, you're going to do it with Taysom Hill. If he's not on the field, you're just hurting yourself, period. He's the only guy that can run plays like this efficiently. And he will have a fumbling problem from time to time. Yes, he will, but he won't throw picks as often, I think, as Carr, or Jameis, even though Carr only has 3 so far this season. 2nd down and 4. I mean, use Taysom as a fullback, a tight end, a quarterback, whatever. Carr with a pump fake. Go, go, go. Hit him with the skirt. Hit him with the little stutter step. Hit him with the little hezzy. First down, Saints.
So halfway through the quarter, a couple of first downs here, and the Saints on the move. Nice to see that you don't always associate scrambling and creating with Derek Carr, but he reminds you he's athletic enough. That's Trayvon Walker right there that he pump fakes and is able to get around him. He's in his 10th year, 32 years old, and 9 years with the Raiders, and making a play to pick up
Trayvon Walker is pretty good, but imagine if they made the right choice and they picked Aiden Hutchinson, and you had Aiden Hutchinson and Josh Allen on that Jags D. It would be ridiculous. They'd probably be the best defense in the AFC, with those two guys together. Oh, my boy Breeze. There's a little Dougie P action for you. I'll get you a few more once we get situated. Appreciate you, Reflect. Yeah, that's how it's felt all year. Like when I watch the Saints, right? Every first down feels like a touchdown, right? And every time I see them out there on offense, I'm almost waiting for the turnover or the punt to happen. That's not a good feeling, right? If I'm a Bucs fan and I'm already feeling that way, then I know Saints fans are feeling that times 1,000. They're like, this offense sucks. The O-line sucks. I feel that we're going to turn the football over at any minute on any given play. Like, I feel that I don't have confidence in this offense to get first downs, let alone touchdowns. And if I can see it, I know everyone on the Saints, fan base can see it as well. It's going to be hard to win this game. Like I said, this is the worst that we've seen the Saints in years based off head coaching, play calling, and O-line. And normally we have no problems with those three things. So it really shows you can have quarterback, running back, wide receivers, tight ends. You can even have the defense similar to what it was. But if you're coaching, play calling, and O-line suck ass, you're going to go from being a team that maybe should have been like the Detroit Lions this year, the Saints, but instead you're floating around 500 and may miss the playoffs. What happened to my hands? Come on, Olave. And you can tell with body language and swagger, there is nobody on the Saints that has the swagger except for Alvin Kamara. AK-41's got the swag. Everyone else is like shoulders low, shoulders hunched over, like, we're going to lose again. Like, that's kind of the vibe. They know the O-line stinks. They know Dennis Allen stinks. They know Carmichael stinks. But you can't do anything about that right now. You can't fire the head coach and the OC today, but the offensive line can improve. You just got to find the right combination. And Penning ain't it. Carr, there's that defense. And that's why I don't think the Saints are going to win this game, because that defense is too much. That balance of the offense and the defense. It's like you get average offense and elite defense most of the time from the Saints. But with a team like the Jags offense, your elite defense from the Saints is going to go from elite to good. It's still going to be good, but you're going to give up points. And not like when you play most teams. Like, this team is so well balanced. They may have the most well balanced team in the AFC, the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, Miami's offense is much better than Jacksonville's, right? But I feel with defense, I don't think there's a team that has a better D in the AFC than Jacksonville when they're clicking. 4th and 7, groupie. Groupie. A groupie about to go find some groupies, because that's another missed kick. They big nuts, Will Lutz, shipped him off. So now not only do you have a problem with your head coach, garbage, offensive coordinator, garbage, kicker, garbage, and then obviously offensive line garbage. This is not good, Elliott. You're looking for a new kicker now. He's not it. He's not it. And you drafted him too. So, you made a bad decision with the kicker in the draft. You made a bad decision in the first rounder with Penning in the draft. You made a bad decision making Dennis Allen the head coach. And you made a bad decision with Carmichael at OC. I'm sorry, bro. And it's not even me like poking fun or making fun. I wouldn't do that. That's not my nature. I'm not immature. I like to be able to see the Saints and the Panthers and the Falcons do well to represent for the NFC South. But this is not looking good. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to win the NFC South by default, just because there's no other team that can compete. and we don't even have a running game. Imagine if we did. So feels like the game already. Yeah, I know. Because you don't have any confidence that you can score, and let alone when you get close enough and you need those field goals to get the confidence for the offense to get that touchdown. You can't even get that. So now you're already in your own fan base's head. You're already in your own head, and everyone is already saying, done. We're done. And there's the chance that the Falcons may even surpass the Saints in the division this year. I think it's a very high possibility that the Saints will finish ahead of the Panthers, but the Falcons will leapfrog them at some point if you can get some consistency out of Ritter. And that's a big what if. I'm sorry, bro. But you are going against a top 4 team in the AFC. This isn't just a Jacksonville Jaguar team, that's like okay or pretty good. This team could go to the AFC, championship game. And I think they could go to the Super Bowl. I think that they're good enough. I really do. I'm not saying that we're going to get the Jags and the Lions, in the Super Bowl or the Dolphins and the Lions. But, again, a lot of the powerhouse teams, Bills and Chiefs, aren't as good this year, and the Chiefs and the Eagles went last year. So if they went last year, they're probably not going this year. So that's a good opportunity for the Niners to take it. But now they have injuries with CMC, Debo, and Trent Williams, but they're not season ending. So the NFL feels like it's up for grabs for the very first time in about 5 years. So we will see. Injuries will definitely make or break a team. Absolutely, Finley. You know it. I just call it how I see it, man. And when you evaluate all 32 teams, I have to keep it honest and fair, and I'll give you my evaluation. And once you start seeing how Jacksonville starts rolling, then everyone will be like, yeah, Jacksonville is a legit top 4, top 3 team. And at some point, we will be picking Jacksonville and Miami over Buffalo and Kansas City. We're going to. Like I said, Kansas City has a chance, depending on who they pick up, to add to that wide receiving core better than McCole Hardman. Big turnover for the Saints right there. But can you actually move the football? Christian Kirk is, I was down, he says. Yeah, he's down. It's not even a fumble. For them to even, yeah. Well, I guess the play wasn't blown dead when he actually went to the ground. It's not like college or whatnot. So, yeah, well, there was a guy kind of on him. I'd like to see a replay. And then he gets up and then he gets punched out. And then he holds on to him right there. That was a real OG play right there to bear hug the hips to make sure that when he was reaching for that football that he didn't get it. Because if he didn't do that reach and that hug, then obviously the Jags get that ball back. Christian Kirk gets that ball back. Christian Kirk not getting the ball the rest of the game. First down and 10. Hand off to AK. Offensive line stinks. 10 more to 20. But anyone can say, oh, Miami. Jacksonville and Detroit are always going to be like those ones that people don't want to give credit right away. But you week in and week out, when they continuously get it done, you can't ignore it. The writing is on the wall. It's either you accept it and you see it or you don't. Hell, like the fucking Lions are 13-4 from last year towards the back end of the year going into this year. Tell me that's not good. And now you got some of these quote unquote experts saying that the Lions are the best team in the NFL when they were doubting that, weeks and weeks and weeks ago. Christian Kirk on your fantasy. Uh-oh. He ain't getting the ball the rest of the game, so you're fucked. Carmichael looks like he should be a manager at Staples or Lowe's. Motherfucker does not belong on the sideline. Go back to Lowe's. Go back to Staples, motherfucker. 3rd down and 6. Shotgun set. Carr. Garbage. Incomplete. Yeah, but you still didn't believe me. All right. And now the whole national media is pegging them as a top 3 team. Hell, you got people calling them the best team in the NFL. And they haven't even hit their stride yet. It's like you got Montgomery hurt, but like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions overachieve and make the NFC Championship game this year, next year, or the following year. We might end up getting a Miami Dolphin Detroit Lions Super Bowl. That wouldn't shock me one bit. I know some people would be shocked. Ran into his own guy. Another turnover. Or did he end up getting illegally hit there? Oh, boy, he's on the ground. Is that Agnew? Agnew's still on the ground. Saints got the ball so close, but can you even get a field goal from 10 yards away? You're getting all the breaks, but you got to be able to score. You can't trust Groupie, right? Saints player pushed the Jag player into him. I mean, if the Saints get all these goddamn breaks and you can't even get field goals, I mean, what are you going to do? Well, the Saint player pushed the player into him. He didn't run right into him. The Saint player pushed him into his own player. Yeah, but you obviously don't think they're good. You're the one person on, obviously in the NFL circles, you will never give them any respect or love because you beat them in the one-on-one matchup, right? It's like Seahawks are good, but they're not Lions. Buccaneers are all right, but we're not the Lions either. We're not the Niners. We're not the Eagles. Now, if you beef up your O-line and your D-line, then I'll be calling you the Detroit Lions next year, the Seattle Seahawks. But if I don't see any O-line or D-line growth, I can't put you guys above them or on the same level. So, yeah. But on the flip side, no one thinks the Seahawks or the Buccaneers are good enough to win the Super Bowl. No one thinks that they can actually win a game in the playoffs. That's just being honest. Like we can get there, but can we actually beat somebody? And if we do, who are we beating? Each other? Who are we beating? Yeah. Well, we can agree to disagree with the national media now watching the channel and recognizing that the Lions are a top 3 team in the NFL, even some, selecting them as the number 1 team overall. It's all about balance, baby.
For 120 years at JCPenney, we've believed if you're going to do something,
I'm going to see if I can find you another Dougie P here.
100% every day because it's who we are and who you are too. So seize the moment. Get the suit that lands the job.
I mean, I told you that the Huskies were going to beat the Ducks. I told you that the Lions were going to beat Tampa. And if I thought they were frauds, I wouldn't say that.
The 3 for me only at Chili's serves a bottomless drink, bottomless chips and salsa, and a cheeseburger fries for just $10.99. Hey, 3 for me, not 3 for us. Chili's 3 for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
All the key plays, they find ways to win. That's all it's about. We're all here for the start of the game. The JCPenney Posting Show tonight after the game. First of all, good to see that Agnew's okay. Trots off under his own power. Terry, we're going to take a look at starting to play his 3 Super Bowl. Is this a fair cat signal or not?
It is. It's borderline invalid, but it is a signal. But it has no effect on the play because the teammate of the receiving team player is actively engaged. It's all on his.
All right, Saints, AK-41. There's your opportunity to get your tutty now. You're close enough. They've given you gifts, multiple. Why you hate the Lions so much? Why do you hate the Lions so much, Reflect? You're the only one on planet Earth that hates them so much. If you weren't a Seahawks fan, I highly doubt you would be such a hater towards the Lions. I feel it really comes down to you guys being Seahawks fans and being that way because you beat them one-on-one. But one-on-one doesn't mean everything. One matchup doesn't mean everything. Just because you guys beat them, in their house in overtime or even beat them last year. Last year was last year. This year is this year. Well, it's okay to be honest that you don't believe in them and you think they're frauds, but apparently no one else does. No one else thinks they're frauds. O-line, D-line, defense coaching, play calling. If you got those things, you're going to be a good football team. First and goal, 7-0 Jags. Let's see if we can get AK-41 for all your Alvin Kamara fantasy football holders. If he can get a touchdown and get you some points. Good defense there. Okay, but the way that you're acting towards the Lions is that you have no respect for them whatsoever, that you can't give them credit at all. Like everything that I say about the Lions is false, fake, and not true. Like I'm completely wrong and off base. You know, I don't get all these ESP things right over and over and over again if I didn't watch film and watch all 32 teams. You know, I just feel that if you weren't a Seahawk fan, that you wouldn't be hating on the Lions as much as you are. I feel it's like a Seahawk thing, rather than like recognizing that the Lions are a good football team. I mean, prove me that I'm wrong. I feel it's a Seahawk bias. Oh, what a catch. But he's out of bounds. Well, I mean, I've never seen anyone else hate on them so much. Honestly, I've never seen anyone hate on that team so much compared to Seahawk fans. It's just weird. I don't know. It just baffles me a little bit. Because I don't think you're necessarily a biased sports fan. You know, I mean, shit, if I was biased, I would have said Ducks and Buccaneers were going to win this weekend. Good route. Shitty pass. Get up. Carr, see your man. And you should have went to AK on that last down. Carr. Good defense. Are you sure? I haven't heard you say one positive thing for the Lions in like 6 months. I mean, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because it doesn't sound like it. You think I'm biased because I liked him when I was a kid, and with the Niners, I like greatness. I like talent. And it just so happens that the Niners and the Lions both are good this year. It's the first time they've both been good in a long, long time. I mean, I'll call it how I see it. If a team is good, they're good. If a team's bad, they're bad. First game of the season? Yeah, but the thing is, in years past, the Lions wouldn't have been able to win that game regardless if Chris Jones and Travis Kelce were out. But who's to say that if Chris Jones and Travis Kelce played, that the Chiefs were automatically going to win that game? We don't know that. We don't know that 100% for sure. The Lions could have went up a full-strength Chief team, right? And if you look at the Chiefs this year, they don't look good. They look like dog shit. So, you know, yeah, Chris Jones and Travis Kelce are two of the three best players with Mahomes, right? But there's no guarantee flow of game that it's 100% Chiefs would have won. Chiefs fans seem to think so. NFL fans seem to think so, but we don't really know. You know, we don't really know for sure 100% if the Chiefs would have won that game. Is it more likely that they would have won that game? Probably, but we don't know for 100% for sure. Yeah, but there's games where Chris Jones and Travis Kelce are in the game and they've still lost and not looked good. You know, this Chiefs team isn't the same team in years past. The wide receiving core is terrible. The offensive line isn't playing good, and the defense isn't good. So, you know, just because the Chiefs were really, 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 really good the last 3-4 years, they're not good this year. I wouldn't have drafted Patrick Mahomes in fantasy with the first quarterback off the board in the third round if I knew he was going to be playing like this. I would have picked Jalen Hurts like you did, or I would have picked Josh Allen. I wouldn't have picked Mahomes. So... it's all good. It's not my job to convince people who to root for and who not to root for. So, yeah, but no one gives a shit that the Seahawks beat the Lions. You give a shit about it, right? Because you're a Seahawk fan, but no other fan base gives a shit that the Seahawks beat the Lions. No one cares. You guys aren't deeper like them. You could have beaten them this year, last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, but no one believes the Seahawks are a better team than the Lions top to bottom because you guys don't have an O-line and a D-line. Does that make sense? So you can win against them, but no one cares. It's a body of product. You guys are hanging on the individual wins more than anyone else on planet Earth. You guys are hanging on the one-on-one matchup more. It's a collective product from game 1 to the very end, or game 1 to game 6, game 1 to game 7. One matchup and one victory doesn't determine how good your team is overall, based off the bias of everyone that's out there watching football. Seahawks fans care about it a lot. You guys really hang on to it, right? But no one else gives a shit that you guys won one game, or last year, one game against them, or the year before. No one cares. I mean, that's just the honest truth. Nobody cares that you individually won the one game. It's a body of product that matters, not one individual matchup. Because if you ended up taking a poll of who's better, Seahawks or Lions, even prior to the Lions win over the Bucks, no one would take the Seahawks over the Lions, even though you beat them one-on-one this year. It's the total product. I mean, that's truth. Because if the Seahawks were more like the Lions, you wouldn't have lost to the Bengals. You got to be able to find ways to win games against teams that you're better than. And if you can't win against a team that you're better than, even though you have struggles on the road, you're better than the Bengals. They had one good game with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. That team is dog shit, right? But then you should have beat them. But again, winning road games is hard, right? Winning road games is hard, but you should have won that game. And why did you lose? Because of the O-line and the D-line. And so when those things improve, you guys will get your kudos and get your love from the media and overall. But until other things improve, you're going to be stuck in you're going to be a good team, but no one will ever consider you guys elite. It's like Tampa. No one's going to ever consider us elite, even if we end up beating the Lions and the Seahawks, and even if we beat the Eagles or the Niners. You're never going to hear me saying, oh, Tampa's the best team in the NFL. Even if we were able to beat up on the Niners and Eagles, it's 1 week. I need to see the body of work week in, week out, week in, week out, week in, week out, not just one game. 3rd down and 3, 7-3 Jacksonville. 10 seconds left before we get into the end of the first quarter. At least the Saints got a field goal there by Groupie. Trevor? Nice pass. There you go. Christian Kirk fantasy points.
Into the second quarter, we played 1 in New Orleans at 7-3 Jaguars.
7-3 Jags. I'm going to put a Groupie photo up. Maybe that'll give him some luck.
Wow. Well, we got to step it up.
All right, Groupie. You're missing way too many field goals. Come on, Blake. 7-3 Jacksonville. End of the first quarter.
How many people do I need to get the best rifle for? You shouldn't, yada, yada. Because details matter. Yada, yada. I'm already in it. For Visible. Visible has no activation fees, no need for a family plan. Just one line wireless on Verizon's network for $25 a month every month.
Watching Thursday Night Football, only on Prime. This month, join the new.
I got to get another Groupie on here. Saints are going to need all the luck they can get to keep up in this game.
So many all-star options. It's just for Subway, right? You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any foot long. Geico makes car insurance easy.
There we go. Hat backwards, living his best life.
But I can bench 350. It's just a play name. Okay, I have a play name then. It's called double pump fake. I'm stronger than you. I can bench 350, and I'm a good tackle.
That's not a play name. Get a quote on Amazon before the next play. It's easy to Geico.
What about Red Zone 120? I'm good at football. I'm a good football analyst, and I open the lane better than anybody. I go block, 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 block. I block it here. I block it there.
Want to make your presentation count with Canva? You can amaze the crowd. Want to brainstorm? Put your pencil down. Online whiteboards, ideas all around. Coming in hot with a Canva doc. Docs and decks. I like it a lot because on the website, quick in minutes. Give the videos too. One-stop shop. Beautiful template. Yes, please.
These used cars look the same, but car wrecks can show how damages and affects the values.
Your damage is always been visible.
Twins. Stop. Hey, shop at the all-new car Stop.
Identical twins.
Your quarterback takes off running that very first drive for 9 yards. What is going through your mind?
He's feeling pretty good right now. No, you know what? It's very interesting.
Dougie P.
To do that. Yeah, it made me a little nervous, but you know, he's playing really well right now.
How do you settle down?
Judah in the building. What's good?
You know, just a little communication on the punt return. You know, it got loud in here. You didn't hear the call that we call. And then Christian just.
But I honestly reflect, this is just, if you weren't a Seahawk fan at all, if you had no relation to Seattle or the Seahawks, do you honestly think you would still feel the same way that you feel now? That's a real question. Yeah, the knee looks good, Judah.
The culture, the way it's a players-led team, he's doing a heck of a job. Tremendous. Got them to the playoffs last year, raised 27-0 deficit to the Chargers. Went to Kansas City the next week. It was a fun one. So they picked up a first down here.
Yeah.
Super Bowl ring, coaching the Eagles to their only Super Bowl championship back in the 17 season.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. You know what I mean? You might be able to beat them, and that's why you feel that your team is better, right? But if you can't beat teams like the Bengals on the road, that's why people don't think you're better than them. Does that make sense? You have to be able to win those games that are winnable. You can't be dropping those other games. So you may have the Lions number, and even though the Lions are a better team, in my opinion, you could still beat them in the playoffs, but it still doesn't mean that I feel the Lions are worse than the Seahawks overall. You might have their number, and you might be able to beat them in the playoffs, but no one is going to think the Seahawks are overall a better team than the Lions. One-on-one matchup, you might be able to get that, but no one's going to be like, oh, yeah, they're the better team overall, top to bottom. But at least you got the one-on-one matchup, being able to have their number, because if you do play them in the playoffs, you will be the underdog and you may be able to win. Not many teams are going to be able to beat Detroit. Obviously we would assume the Eagles and the Niners would be able to compete and win, right? But who else? Tampa probably couldn't, so if there was a sleeper team that, maybe isn't as good as the Lions that has been able to do it, it is Seattle. But I don't think you're going to end up getting the national bias thinking that Seattle overall, top to bottom, is better. Maybe against the Lions one-on-one, but not overall. Uh-oh. Touchdown, Jags. One touchdown. How about two? ESP is strong with your boy. Let's go. It's the truth. Saints defense, Bootios.
Motion here from Christian Kerr. This jet sweep look. He's going to set up to the left. Watch the defense respond to 13.
All right, Travis.
Here to go around. They're able to flip it to ETN and give him the corner. So ETN making six snappers to the end zone. 2 to 9 in the last 3 games.
Fantasy dream. Wish I had him. Especially 2 touchdowns. He's just heating up. Started off a little slow, but now is gaining really some good ground. Toby's like, I got ETN. Yeah, keep me updated on your bets and whatnot. Because the Bengals aren't good. They're not a good team this year. They have problems with the O-line. Receiving core is a little banged up. Defense isn't playing as good as they have in years past. You know, it's not just Burrow being not healthy. It's a number of things that make that. And the Bengals could still end up winning the AFC North, but they're not the same team as they were a few years ago. And it's more than just Burrow's health. You have to watch Bengals games from beginning to end. And I imagine you probably haven't watched every single Bengal game besides the game against the Seahawks. How you doing on your bets so far? Doing pretty good? 14-3 Jacksonville.
Tonight after the game. Travis Etienne, one of the faster backs that you'll see, and they want to get him out in space. This jet sweep occupies the defense. They start to move, and then you get him to the corner. Look how fast we're talking about. Over 20 miles an hour acceleration. And once you take one step as an aggressive defense in the wrong direction, and number one's going the other way, it'll be awfully tough to catch up to him.
Nice job, Travis. First Jaguar player with 2+ tutties, 3 straight games, baby. Heating up. 14-3 Jacksonville. All right, Saints, your turn. We got to get an AK-41 touchdown or an Olave or Rashid Shaheed, something.
You can't just hit him nowhere high. You have to wrap him up, which Kurt told me is crazy because at 5'10", 215, Etienne is not the biggest player in the world. He's just a natural person. Remember how Trevor Lawrence said, it surprises people how durable Etienne is as he bounces off defenders and goes from 0 to 100 in a second, or 20 miles per hour, as we just saw. Lawrence said,
Yeah, I agree.
so much fun to watch.
O-line, coaching, offensive coordinator. Should have put Taysom Hill in the game. Should have had him starting at quarterback instead of Carr. Real talk though, Calvin, because you can be critical of your own team and whatnot. Do you think the Falcons are going to leapfrog the Saints before the year is over and you guys are going to finish in third? Or do you think even how shitty things are going that you'll still finish in second? What's your gut tell you? You think Falcons are going to be able to get enough out of Ritter to squeeze out like one more win than you guys? Or do you think you guys will still find a way to get second place? Second down and 5, 14-3 Jacksonville. Shotgun set. Carr. There we go. First down, Saints. Move the chains.
Jawan Johnson was their number 1 tight end, inactive tonight. Moreau is the man. Good job of you see 12 there. Olave takes the quarter with him, gave him a nice throwing lane. The ball had to get out early, which he does a good job of anticipating there before.
You know what? That's funny too, because I was kind of thinking that too. I don't have any confidence in Ritter whatsoever, and sometimes the defense plays good, sometimes it's shaky, but overall, it feels like you can trust their offense a little bit more than the Saints game in and game out. The Saints have their moments, but then it just feels like when you watch them, it's like they're anticipating the fuck up. When I watch, other teams, it's like, okay, you have a chance to kind of get some points on the board. But with the Saints, it's like they're playing nervous. They're not playing with confidence. And that's a weird thing to see. I haven't seen that in a long, long time. Like you're just waiting for the fumble or the pick to happen. That's weird. But they have played better with AK back. Now, imagine if they didn't have Alvin Kamara and he was out for the whole year. Then you guys would definitely be in third place. Do you need the Bruins to win? Nice. Third down and 3. And you got to use AK-41 in creative ways against this Jags defense. The Jag defense is good. Like everyone talks about the Saints defense. The Jags defense might be the best in the AFC. Very well balanced, and that's why I like them a lot. just like with Detroit and with San Francisco and Philadelphia. Those are the 4 teams that have the best balance in the NFL right now. And then eventually, I know Miami will join that crew as well once they get their defense up. And then they'll have a very good, well-balanced team. They'll never have a defense as good as their with their track team out there. But I feel if they draft well in the next couple years, McDaniel will get that defense up there. 4th down and 3. Why are they going for it? Wow. Shotgun set. Carr. Terrible pass. Bench him. Flag on the play. Now they just have to get a bailout call here. And you guys can't score more than 20 points. That's the problem. You guys haven't scored more than 20 all year, and it doesn't look like you guys are going to do that today either. I mean, like I said, as other Bucks fans and Falcons fans and Panther fans, I imagine a lot of them are enjoying this, seeing the Saints fucking be miserable and struggle with all the shit talking that happened in years past. But, not me, though. I don't like seeing the NFC South struggle like this. Put in Taysom Hill. Yeah, but that is true. You need the Saints to keep losing to get both of those guys out of there. But will ownership do it? Like, if you guys end up only winning, like 5, 6, 7 games, 8 games, if you guys go 8-9, finish in 3rd place, or maybe 6 or 7 wins, right? Will they clean house and fire both, or will they only fire one? And obviously, Groupie was a mistake at kicker. Penning was a mistake. And when you make mistakes with your head coach, your old coordinator, and obviously on the offensive line and kicker, that brought you guys backwards like 2 years. You guys have to be able to fix that. That's tough to fuck up on an offensive lineman in the 1st round and to fuck up on kicker too. That is not good. Yeah. Well, if you're a Panthers fan, you can't say anything, but it shows you as a Panther fan, if you get the right coach, like Dougie P to the Jags were the worst team in football for 2 years, right? They were the worst team, but they got the right draft picks, the right head coach, and now they're one of the top 4 teams in the AFC with a matter of just a couple years after being the worst team in football for 2 years, out Urban Meyer in Dougie P, and then you brought in Christian Kirk, Ingram, you ended up getting Ridley coming in, you got Aiden, you ended up not getting Aiden Hutchinson, but got Walker. Things are starting to kind of pan out. Josh Allen was a good pick for them. Sometimes it's just a matter of just a few pieces, and belief, and you can turn the plane around. You can turn the ship around. All right, man, Calvin. Sounds good. Yeah. But imagine if you end up getting wins and you have to stick with this fucking OC and head coach, you're going to be miserable for the next 5 or 6 years if they don't make a change. So I kind of agree with Calvin. If you are going to, I know losing sucks, but if you have to take 1 step to go backwards, to go 10 steps forward, and then you end up getting an awesome head coach and an awesome coordinator, you can take one, gut punch, 1 punch to the eye to be able to fight back for the next 5 to 10 years. So I think I agree with Calvin. I think you got to do as horrible as possible so that way that you guys can fire the head coach and fire the OC, and then hope you can get the right kicker and the right combination of O-linemen in the future. Because at some point, this Demario Davis, Cameron Jordan, and Lattimore is not going to be there, Yeah, Fo King. I think I play him next week. He's got all kinds of Jag players. He's got Trevor and he's got ETN. He doubled up. Smart man, as long as Trevor plays well. And I may lose to him next week. I always peek ahead. And ETN might not be done. ETN might score again. It just depends if they decide to keep him in the game or not. Incomplete. And ETN is kind of undersized. I mean, when you look at him, he looks small. He doesn't look like he really has the full skill set to be beast mode. But, he's kind of like when those, guys look at a player and they judge. You can't judge a book by its cover because even though he's a little smaller, than most running backs. He's very shifty. He's got good hands, and he definitely runs downhill. He sees the holes, and he goes for it. No dancing around, and I like that. And they also have good chemistry together playing in college at Clemson. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun set. Lawrence, pressure off the edge, gets rid of it, and complete. Good defense there by the Saints. No, I think he's out there. All right, Jags with the punt. That's exactly what the Saints needed. Yeah, so Campbell, Hasty, Little, Zay Jones, and Rourke are out. And then Hurst, Young, Johnson, Phillips, and Perry for the Saints. So James Hurst, Landon Young, who doesn't matter. Juwan Johnson, they miss him desperately. Carr needs his check down guy, and that's a big part of why some of these losses are happening also. Kyle Phillips, A.T. Perry, and then for the Jags, Tyson Campbell, Jermichael Hasty, Walker Little, Zay Jones could be a person, but he didn't really do a whole lot. And then Nathan Rourke, the backup quarterback. So, yeah, but he's out there. He's just not doing anything just yet. Wait for him to step up in the second half. And that's what happens sometimes when you have many good players on the defense. Sometimes the stars, don't get going right away. It just depends if they're playing man or zone coverage. All right, Saints, come on now. Yeah, be safe, brother. AK-41 needs a hit, pay dirt at least once, but it probably won't happen until the second half. So that means they need to test the corners and safeties and go deep to Rashid Shaheed or Olave. You can go intermediate with Michael Thomas, but you need to go deep. Go, go, go. Good block. Good block. Nice. There we go. Nice job. First down, Saints. Great blocks there by Taysom Hill and company to get the extra yardage. There we go. And then you got to test the secondary, but it's got to be a good throw. So you can force PI and get it to Rashid Shaheed, either on play action or to go deep to Olave. They can do it. They can catch it. You got to give them an opportunity. You just can't be dinking and doinking and doing a West Coast offense. Come on now. First down and 10. AK. Nope. Stuffed like an Oreo cookie. Yeah, but again, Rashid Shaheed and Olave aren't getting opportunities. You need to get them the ball. If you go to them deep, I mean, I'm a Bucs fan, and I could be the biggest fucking hater and be biased as shit, but I know talent when I see it. Those guys can catch the deep ball. They can go one-on-one. Hell, they can go one-on-two and sometimes win that battle. Not every time, but depending on the ball placement, but I don't have a lot of confidence in Carr's ball placement. That's the problem. Try to hit him with the F5 right there. Astros 3, Rangers 2. Yeah, and normally, with Josh Allen, you're not going to necessarily see 10, 15 tackles every game. Sometimes he'll have like 2 to 5, but out of those 2 to 5, he might have a pick, a punch out, a forced fumble, or a sack lunch or an interception. So, not every game Josh Allen's going to put up 12 tackles on the board. You got to be able to look to see at all the other things that he does when he goes sideline to sideline. I know, Oreo cookies sound hella good right now, too. Some milk. You can do the almond milk or the regular milk. I mean, I'm trying to be healthier and whatnot. So a lot of rice, a lot of like yakisoba noodles, steamed vegetables. I'm no fast food, no soda. I'm trying to get down to 185 to 200. I was at like 260, 270. Now I'm down to 200. So, nice tackle. AK is like, golly. Nice tackle by Williams. And the Jags are deep on defense, too. They don't just have a couple guys. They got guys on every level. They're just not known because they don't get media coverage because they're the Jacksonville Jaguars. But as long as they keep winning, they're going to get more and more pub, just like the Lions. You're going to hear people talk about the Jags and the Lions and the Lions and the Jags, deservedly so. Everyone can talk about the Niners and the Eagles, so be it, or the Bills and the Chiefs, but we should be talking about the Lions and the Jags and these teams that are better this season. Good defense. No flags. Ball placement for Carr needs to improve. Put in Taysom Hill. Golden Oreos. Ooh. Ooh. You're right. You are right. Those are. I haven't had those since last year. Sometimes they'll do like, and then they have like the mint ones and like, they'll have like promotional ones that they do for the holidays, like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Oh, man. I mean, I have been craving a combination pizza from like Round Table, like King Arthur's Court. Like, I've been craving a few things, Oreos and a combination pizza with onions and green pepper, sausage, pepperoni, multiple cheeses, but I'm trying to be good, and I'm still walking with my pup, Paisley. We're doing about an hour and a half to 2 hours every day, a minimum of about 3 walks a day, one in the early morning, one in the afternoon, and one late at night. So, and I know she's feeling good too. All right, let me go check up on her. I got to wrap her up like a burrito. I imagine she's on the couch. And if she's in the fox position all curled up, I want to make sure that she feels warm. So let me go be a dad real quick. Give me 1 sec.
To build the NFL schedule by hand, it used to take months. Now AWS runs 1 trillion combinations to find the perfect season in a fraction of the time. The NFL analyzes millions of simulations with AI to help predict and prevent injury. Machine learning to take fans deep inside the most incredible plays. AWS is helping to transform the NFL. Imagine what it can do for your business.
All right. Gave her a bunch of kisses. Do I eat yogurt? Funny that you bring that up. I normally will eat yogurt. I'll eat different kinds, Tillamook or Yoplait. But ever since I ended up moving, I have been trying to stay away from a lot of things that, not necessarily are not bad for you or good for you, but like, today and yesterday, we ended up doing waffles. So when we made the waffles and then we did like fruit on the waffles, and then instead of syrup, we ended up doing yogurt. So we ended up doing like the waffle, a little layer of syrup, but not a lot, just a little, like on the edges, and then yogurt. And then you end up putting fruit on top of that, like bananas or like blueberries or strawberries. Oh my God. I mean, talk about taking a fucking waffle to the next level. And I'm a big waffle, pancake, crepes type of guy. Like if I go to the Oregon coast and I'll go to Pig and Pancake, I literally will lose my mind. They have these crepes there that will have like, you have the crepe, which is like a folded pancake, a sausage that's inside of it, and then they'll have like the whipped cream and the strawberries on top, and then the shitload of syrup. So when you take a bite of it, you get sweet and savory. And if you've never had a crepe like that, you got to have it. It's life-changing. It's so good because you get the sausage inside, and it's magnificent. So good. But yeah, I have had a little bit of like raspberry, strawberry yogurt, but it was just on top of the waffle that I had. A couple waffles yesterday, and I had one today. So, but normally I try to stay away from a lot of things, steamed vegetables, rice, yakisoba noodles, and then, sometimes I'll do like sushi or, it just depends on, what it is, more of kind of like an Asian cuisine type thing. Sometimes like maybe pot stickers or, things like that. But most of the time it's like, and the amount I eat is much less, so I'm not eating until I can't move. I eat until only I get full, and then I go on a walk with Paisley for digestion. And that's really helped with me losing a lot of weight too. 14-3 Jags. Saints stuck in mud. It's just crazy how you can end up being like one of the worst teams in football for 2 years and then just improve in the draft and get the right head coach. And then now you're a top 4 team in the AFC already. Magnificent job by Dougie P and that organization drafting. Now, if they would have got Aiden Hutchinson, that would have been who knows how good they would be right now? They would be better than they are right now. Right now, I think they're like the 4th best team. But if they had Aiden Hutchinson, shit, you might be the 2nd best team in the AFC if you had Aiden there. No disrespect to Trayvon Walker, but Hutchinson is better. And then if you pair that up with Josh Allen, oh my goodness. 3rd down and 3. But I don't dislike Trayvon Walker. I think he's pretty good, but he's not a Hutchinson. He's a game changer. Pass incomplete. Good defense by the Saints. Intended target was Agnew. Oh yeah. But if you ever want to do it sometime, don't just get the regular Eggo. Get like the more expensive waffle, right? Or you can make it from scratch if you know how to make it from scratch, but most people are too lazy to do that. But get a higher end waffle, like a Belgian waffle, like one that costs a little bit more than the Eggo, right? Make sure it's all crispy and all money. Little layer of syrup, not a lot. Then the yogurt on top, and then the blueberries and strawberries or like bananas. I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. It's like I haven't been that content eating a waffle or waffles in like 10 years. Like I actually felt like I was eating something out of a restaurant. And like, my family will always have, cookbooks, from like France or like Germany, and other people that are here in America that, that either have 5-star restaurants, maybe not necessarily like a Gordon Ramsay or a Guy Fieri, but, famous people that have the books. And then we'll look through them and we'll look for like ideas of like what would be good. Like, let's be adventurous. Let's try something and see if we can match up to see what we see in the picture. And a lot of times we get pretty damn close. Kicking team interference. That's one thing that I don't like. A lot of my friends like the edamame. I would rather do other things. And I have friends that like it. It's just not for me. Like I said, that's like the one thing that people get when they go to like Asian restaurants. That's, I'd rather get calamari and then go edamame. Like if I'm going to go for something, kind of outside the box, I would rather do, pot stickers, and I can do any kind of sushi. That doesn't matter, but not a big fan of edamame. Not a big fan. Will I eat it if I have to? Yeah, but I'm not going to order some for myself. Like if someone offers me a few and puts it on my plate, I'll be not rude and I'll eat some, but I don't necessarily like them. That's like the one thing I don't really like. But like, shrimp and crab and seafood. I mean, living out here in the Pacific Northwest, we get the fresh of the fresh. So I love burgers. I love tacos. I like pasta and spaghetti. I love pizza. I love everything, what I mean? But seafood is a big part of who I am. Like, I think if I lived maybe like in the Midwest, maybe they don't have as much options compared to people that live on the East Coast or on the West Coast. But I know if you live on the East Coast or West Coast and you get it fresh, man, it's a game changer. Not saying that if you live in the Midwest, you can't get good sushi or good seafood, but it's not going to be as good as the, fresh off the Oregon coast or off the Atlantic if you live out, in Maine or Delaware or somewhere out in that, general area. Side of edamame. There you go. Oh, yeah. Well, and who doesn't like orange chicken? Orange chicken, lemon chicken. Any kind of flavored chicken with steamed rice or white rice. It's money. And there's a difference between Panda Express and the way their food tastes with like the MSG. Still tasty as hell. But, I kind of like, sometimes I'll get it in like a fried rice type of mood. But sometimes I like just steamed rice. I feel like when you eat orange chicken and lemon chicken, like it's better to eat it with steamed rice. It tastes better. But I do love a good pork fried rice. Like if a good restaurant has one, you bet your ass I'm getting both fried rice and steamed. And I'm probably getting an extra to, so once I eat it, I have more for the next day. I am half Japanese. So of course I'm going to have that Japanese cuisine in my, in my repertoire. But I do love Chinese food, Vietnamese food. I like pad thai. I like a little bit of everything. 4th down and 3. Saints going for it again. Pressure off the edge. There we go. 1st down, Saints. There we go, AK. He is your whole team because you can't trust Carr, at quarterback. And that means that Olave in fantasy, irrelevant. Rashid Shaheed, irrelevant. No Juwan Johnson. Jeremy Shockey ain't doing shit. It's like you got all these players running routes and they're never getting the ball because Carr can't throw it past 5 to 8 yards. And who's the only person that's close to him 5 to 8 yards away? Alvin Kamara. I mean, it's like you either run with Kamara or you pass to him. I mean, it's literally a one-man offense. It's tough. And then if, you're happy with what you're getting with AK, here comes Jamal Williams to take away some carries and fantasy points from you. Trader Joe's. Got to be careful with Trader Joe's, though. They had a report where they had about 5 or 6 recalled items. Nothing that I buy, and whatnot. But I got some family that goes there. But you got to be careful on some of that stuff. They found like rocks, metal, like crazy shit inside the packaging at Trader Joe's. Not every Trader Joe location is going to have fucked up things, but be aware, on what you're buying. Because they had a big recall just recently within the last month and a half, 2 months, where they've had 5 to 7 items get recalled, but nothing that I buy. But they do have some good stuff there as well. They have these bomb-ass potato chips there at Trader Joe's that are kind of like kettle chips. Amazing flavor. That's one cheat that I try to eat from time to time. I got to be able to snack on something. So sometimes chips are my kind of go-to, but I try not to eat too many. Carr, scrambling, gambling. Of course he's not throwing it. Oh, Jags are getting 20 plus. No doubt about that. And we got Dennis Allen, trying to bring in a groupie. Oh, Saints fans hate Carmichael and Allen. Hate. They can't wait for these guys to get fired. Imagine not having AK-41, and that's what the offense was like in the first few weeks. It's terrible. I mean, at least it's and it's still terrible now because now instead of you going deep to Olave and Rashid Shaheed, right, when AK-41 was out of the lineup in the first 4 games with the suspension, now AK is back, and now those guys that were running all those routes and making occasional big plays for the Saints don't even get the football, and they're getting frustrated. And then the Saints defense, you can't expect them to hold teams under 20 every game. At some point they're going to get tired because they're on the field too much. Yeah, and like I said, being a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator is awesome when you're good. But once you get thrown into head coach like Nathaniel Hackett, you get exposed if you're not a real leader. Leadership is not something where you watch a couple videos on Instagram and all of a sudden, you know what? I'm a leader now. Everyone follow me. You're either born with it and you're a chosen one or you're not. Leadership is not something that you take a couple classes and you learn. It's inside of who you are in your DNA. You either are a leader or you're a fucking follower. You're a leader or you're a sheep. I mean, that's just how it goes. And you can't make these defensive coordinators or offensive coordinators, like Josh McDaniels. He'll never be a leader. Never. Leadership is something that you're born with, and it's either you got it or you don't. You don't just inherit it. I mean, I imagine a lot of people love Nathaniel Hackett until he became a head coach, and they're like, nope. But a lot of guys fail. It's not just a couple guys fail. I would say 90% of offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators fail when they try to be the head coach or a head coach OC or a head coach in a DC. It just doesn't work. Too much responsibility. I agree with that. Jameis from the 20 to the 20, no. But Jameis in the red zone and Taysom in the red zone, I'll take my chances with those 2 guys over Carr. Carr is not good. Part of it is Carr. Part of it is the play calling. Part of it is the O-line. But I've seen enough where he's not it. This is not someone that you should give money to long term. And if it was me, I would bench Carr the rest of the year. And it's not like I'm a Carr hater. I kind of like the guy. I just don't like him on the Saints. Just not a good fit. Offensive line good, Carr not good, head coach not good, OC not good, kicker not good. That's a lot of no goods for the Saints. 4th down and 5 for Groupie. How many groupies is he getting? Well, at least one more after that kick. Kick is good. And you can't win by getting fucking field goals every game. Well, remember, the Saints defense is the best part about the team. So really the only way that you're going to get back in this game is a kick return, punt return for a touchdown, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, or a pick six or a fumble for a touchdown. That is the only way that will be able to give you momentum, and Uncle Mo will be on the couch, and then that will lead to a passing touchdown or a running touchdown. I still think AK-41 could get a rushing touchdown in the second half, but you're going to need a miracle either in special teams or defense to re-energize the crowd, to stop thinking about firing everyone on the team and actually cheer for the team instead of just going and getting beer and eating snacks, because that's really what the crowd is doing. They are fed up. Hell, I'm a Buccaneer fan and I'm fucking fed up.
Now, Saints rookie first-round pick Ryan Brzee is playing tonight's crucial catch game in honor of his sister Ella. That's been true of every game he's played since she was diagnosed with brain cancer in 2021. Ella Strong became a rallying call while he was at Clemson. His father told him, "Our job every day is to make Ella happy, and Ella is the most happy watching you play football." She thought, of course, she could see him play in the NFL, but Brian told me she would be.
Oh my God! If Kamara was suspended for the whole year, you guys would finish definitely in third. Hell, the Panthers might even pass you. I mean, if you guys didn't have AK-41, the Saints would finish in third or fourth for sure, 100%. And that sucks because the defense actually, I love defense. So you know how I like Cameron Jordan, I like Demario Davis, I like Lattimore, but even the defense, even if it's top 10 or top 5, cannot rescue this team. They're not good enough, to be able to hold teams to, 14 points or less or 15 points or less every game. They're not like the Baltimore, Ravens from 2000 or, the 2002 Bucks or the 85 Bears. I mean, it just sucks, man. And you're going to have to deal with the suck this year so that way they can fire these pieces and get new pieces in there. Get rid of Carr, get rid of Allen, get rid of Carmichael. You got to draft better, and you got to get a better kicker. Groupie gone, Carr gone, Dennis Allen gone, Carmichael gone. And then if you do that, then maybe you can get something out of Olave and Rashid Shaheed and Kamara, and you're not wasting their fucking career. Demario Davis ain't getting any fucking younger. Neither is Cameron Jordan or Lattimore. I mean, imagine if you guys didn't have Demario Davis, Cameron Jordan, and Lattimore. Then you guys would be finishing in last place. Even the Panthers would be better than you. You are scoring more with Andy Dalton. I agree. And it shows you. But also the offensive line was better last year than it was this year. So you also have to take that in consideration. We can't put all the blame on Carr. We want to, because, he's not making good decisions when the line is blocking well. Like when they make actually a good block and they're helping Carr, and then Carr hangs on to the football too much because he's scared. Because it's like he gets sacked, bad throw, happy feet like Joey Harrington. And then finally, when the Saints O-line protects him, he can't make the good throw because he's thinking about those 3 previous plays where he was rushed and he was flustered. That's the problem with Carr. He doesn't let plays go. And he's thinking about the previous 3 instead of moving on. And that's why you see, jitters, and him throwing low, him throwing high, him throwing nowhere near the receiver or running back. That's the problem. You have to be able to, mentally move forward and not think about the past. Judah with a random comment that happened like years ago. Pass incomplete. The Panther offense is more exciting than the Saints offense. The Saints offense is the worst in the NFC South. Like, even the Panthers with Bryce Young and Adam Thielen is more exciting than what we're getting with the Saints. And that's not me being a dickhead or being a hater. I'm just pointing it out. Saints fans already know. It's not like I'm saying anything that they don't know. We can be, pissed off and be like, disappointed together. I don't have to rub it in. Every other Buck fan on planet Earth would be rubbing this shit in, rubbing fucking all that dirt into the wound and fucking punching it in there so you guys could fucking feel what it feels like to be shitty, feel what it feels like to be a fucking Panther fan, Falcon fan, and Buccaneer fan normally. Now you guys get a taste of what it feels like to be dog shit. It's the first time you guys have been dog shit in a long time. It doesn't feel good, but I still won't rub salt into the wound. I want to see the Panthers and the Saints and the Falcons and the Bucks represent. I would like for our, division to be considered one of the top 4 in the NFL every year, not one of the bottom 2 or bottom 3. So Bryce has got more than Carr. Yeah. Because, Carr is only 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. Shit, Adam Thielen got more touchdowns or almost as many touchdowns as Carr does throwing. How many touchdowns, Finley, does Adam Thielen have so far this year? 5 or 6? He's been money, man. I wish I had him in fantasy. That would have been so good for me, like a sleeper. If I would have had like Hollywood Brown and Adam Thielen on my bench, I would be money. And people would be stupid, be like, oh, you got Adam Thielen? I'm like, yeah, he's getting me fucking 20 points almost every week. Fake! Oh, baby! Saints got caught sleeping with the fake. Uh-oh. It's about to be 21-6. This one is over. Damn. Damn, Saints. It's funny, too, because we used to get a lot of representation with the Saints fans on the channel. But ever since you guys started doing shitty last year, everyone disappeared. It's like they can handle talking shit to me when you guys beat the Buccaneers, but you can't handle when the team sucks overall. Thinking that I'm just going to fucking bury you and annihilate you on the microphone like The Rock or Stone Cold. But I wouldn't do that. But they would assume that's what I would do. But I don't need to be a petty fuck like a lot of the other people out there are. The losing is already tough enough on the fan base.
Super Bowl, everyone knows about the Philly special. Here is an aggressive mindset. Pays off, gives Trevor Lawrence a new set of downs and maybe a couple shots in the end zone. You never know. Logan Cook to a nice pass. Yeah, sure did it. He's the punter, he's the holder. Only in the 10 days in England, he got to play 4 rounds of golf.
Second down and 3.
Second and 3. Next point. And Kirk, see where they spotted. They had a first down initially, and then
third down. Yeah, this is not a good look. But also, too, we have to give credit to Jacksonville. They are a top 4 team in the AFC. Not a lot of people thought that they were a top 4 team. I got to make sure we throw that out there, that this is like a team like Miami that could be the 2 best teams in the AFC, even over the Chiefs or the Bills. Like, don't be surprised, down the road if those 2 teams have a better record or a close record to the Bills and Chiefs. Intercepted. Wow, Lattimore. There we go. There we go. Thielen has 4. Okay. There we go, Lattimore.
Plays off, has his eyes on the quarterback, but he doesn't really get to the inside, able to reverse and then close on it, anticipating that ball is going to be thrown low and they're going to lay out and make the play on the ball. It looks like he got his.
Hopefully he caught that because they need that desperately. Did he get it? Oh, he dropped it. Fuck. It hit the ground. Uh-oh. I don't know if he got that. It hit the ground, though. That might be incomplete. The ball moves and as it hits the ground, so I would assume that's incomplete. What do we think in the chat? Do we think it's incomplete or that's a pick? Ball hits the ground and moves, so I would say incomplete there. That's what I would say too. Like, it looks good. And then right there. And you'll see it, and it just like, it wiggles. That's not a good camera angle. You have to flip the camera to the right a little bit more. That one, it looks like a pick. They got to flip the camera on the original replay there. But I'd say incomplete Jags ball, 100%. Right here. This is the great angle right here. Okay. It looks like he's about to get it. There, right there. Tink. And just that little movement, even though it's only for a half a second, he does get his arms underneath it. But for that split half second, it hits the tip, hits the ground, and it just moves just a little. And based off the rule book, that means incomplete. So that sucks, man. Of course, Lattimore typically, when he's motivated and playing well, is a top 10 corner. Incomplete. That's tough. And then, other Saints fans will be like, oh, cheating, Roger Goodell, everyone wants us to lose. Like if we had Nola in the room, could you imagine what things he'd be saying? The league hates us, conspiracy, Roger Goodell, it's scripted. It's the refs. McManus, he's been good this year. Top 10 kicker in fantasy this year, Brandon McManus, finding a new berth since Denver. And this is actually a really good spot for him after, post Lambeau. He'll make this field goal. Yeah, the only problem is they're pacing for 34 and you guys are pacing for fucking 12. And we still haven't got the AK touchdown yet. But again, a big reason why is because the Jags defense is probably the best in the AFC. So if you can beat Buffalo and you can beat the Saints and you can beat a lot of these teams that maybe you weren't able to beat a couple years ago, it shows you that the Jags legitimately, to me, are better than the Ravens. I like the Jags better than the Chiefs. I like the Jags better than the Bills. The only team that I would put ahead of the Jags or on the Jags level right now is Miami with the Miami Dolphins. That's it. So, I'd be like Dolphins, Jags, Chiefs, or Dolphins, Chiefs, Jags. That's where I would put the pecking order. And I would put the Bills probably 4th or 5th.
Getting the ball out, it's the second fastest average that he's had his entire career. So he's seeing it, and they put together a great plan for him to be able to get that ball out, finding the matchups. Nobody's more frustrated with this stuff than.
Yeah, I was calling the game. Judah's trying to get the jokes going. The stand-up routine. Everyone looks so unmotivated out there for the Saints. Like they're just ready to go eat some gumbo and po' boys and leave. Like this is like the most depressed I've seen the Saints fan base and like the crowd like in years. Like they thought last year was tough. This is even worse. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, if you're willing to talk shit, you got to be able to take the shit talking in return. But a lot of people, can't, Uh-oh, fumble. Oh, they're lucky he picked it up. Wow. Might as well just kneel it and go into halftime. You can't even do anything right here. That's tough. But I think even Saints fans have seen enough. Bench Carr and put in Taysom Hill for the rest of the season. I mean, if anything, you're going to get more wins, but I guess if you want to tank and say you're not tanking, then keep Carr in the rest of the year, and you're going to lose a lot of games. Jags, I'm telling you. Jags got a better defense than the Chiefs. The Jags got a better defense than the Bills. The Jags got a better defense than the Dolphins. Sometimes the Raven defense will be close to what the Jags do, but not every game. But sometimes the Jags defense will match up to like a Ravens or like, let's say the Steelers are healthy. If they have all their players, sometimes the Steeler defense can be one of the best, but injuries are a mother. Michael in the building. What's good?
Just 24 miles to go. But he bought it.
I appreciate that, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, we are over 20,000. We're not at 20 subs, but it's all what, the sports gods have planned for me. You know what I mean? It's like being the chosen one. Things are never going to be easy. Things are always going to be difficult. When things get good and I start to get excited, then I get the rug pulled underneath me. You have 10 goats and then you go down to 1. You just got to stay positive and keep grinding and hope, that you hit the algorithm or you end up getting people that will appreciate all the hard work that goes in. And some streams are going to be great. Some are not, but ultimately we're going to gain subs. We're going to gain views. Donos definitely could be much better. If the donos were like what they were in 2022, we would be hitting every mark. That's the one mark that we haven't hit. The subs have been better. The views have been better. Thumbnails have been better. The actual look of the channel has been better. Really, the only thing that's been lacking compared to last year is the donos and the support. So eventually we will get there,
With a no sweat bet, if your first team doesn't work out, you can just bet on a different team, like Miami.
It's a snowball effect, how it goes. When one person does it, then another person does it. I feel it's like I have to be able to have like a sponsorship or a collab or hit the algorithm. Certain people know what we have here, but a lot of people are kind of haters, or they watch from afar or whatever the circumstance may be. You know what I mean? But my journey is going to always be different than everyone else. But if I have to work this hard and struggle this hard, it's all for a reason. It's not just for struggle just to struggle. I'm struggling for a reason, then eventually we're going to have our day. So, it's definitely going to make me prepared to be mentally tough to be able to go through any situation, because most people would have cracked and broke a long time ago. But hopefully we'll get some goats to come through in the second half, and then we can end up actually hitting a good number. Thank you, Calvin. I appreciate you very, very much. Bianca is still the GOAT. I agree. I'll get you some Bianca photos. And it's just also the lack of mods and the lack of support and the lack of donos from the heavy hitters. Because, when you notice, when you have one heavy hitter, then another heavy hitter, and then another. But then if you're doing a stream and none of the heavy hitters show up, or a lot of the mods don't show up, we suffer. The channel suffers, and it's not good when you're, trying to get to 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. At this point, we need the most support, as possible. We don't want to go backwards in support once I've made the channel better, every single day, every single week, every single month. It's not like, the channel has gotten worse. Everything has improved, Appreciate you, bro. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you very, very much. $20 holla. Plus also, too, if you have a good vibe here, I mean, what's going to benefit the channel more for me to be able to do giveaways? Like if someone, watches me and watches some of the other bigger YouTubers, if you donate to them, they don't give a shit about you. If you donate to me, you might end up getting something special in return, and you actually have a relationship with me on the channel rather than just donating to someone that is fan 123 ABC, and you give them money, they read off your dono, but they don't give two fucks about you. And that's really what it comes down to. Those people don't need the donos. Channels like this need them, so that way I can actually do giveaways. And we haven't really been able to do that this year, which is a goddamn shame. Because if we were getting donos like we were last year, this year, I would be giving away a jersey every month, or maybe even more than that. So, all right, let me get you some Bianca, brother.
Well, the Jacksonville defense has been playing really good. I mean, even at the start of that 2-minute draw, at the end of the series, you saw forced fumble. That could have been disastrous. Darius Williams has been playing fantastic football. They put him on one of their best receivers, and he is not disappointed.
But the lack of support is frightening. The GOATs are the GOATs, and they know who they are, and they step up. But I don't think some of the mods and some of the GOATs realize the impact of them not being here and like what it's doing to the channel overall, based off the growth and the vibe.
Thompson is greater. Swift. I couldn't agree more.
My mom and dad must have made that sign because I don't agree with that at all. Taylor Swift all day, every day. Appreciate you guys. Love you. Speaking of music, tonight on Amazon Music Live, 8-time Billboard Latino award winner Peso Pluma performs live in Los Angeles. Amazon Music Live, hosted by 2 Chainz. Starts right after Tina Nightcap. We'll be right back after.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if we're talking teams that are much, much worse than you, yeah. I mean, you can definitely tell the bottom of the barrel of the NFL is terrible. But even those terrible teams will, a blind squirrel will get a nut every once in a while. But the Patriots are they are terrible, terrible, terrible. I mean, there's a lot of terrible teams out there. Giants are bad. Patriots are bad. And eventually these teams will get better, in the draft and free agency next year. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, you think you're bad with the Saints. There's a lot of teams that are much worse.
Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a must.
Yeah, plus a lot of people don't necessarily record every day, grind it out every single day. And on top of, doing all the live streams, 1, 2, or 3, doing all those reaction videos. And it's like, I'm not getting anything for those either. I'm doing that for the fans. That's not something I have to do, but I knew if I did them, that would help us get over 20,000. But it's not like, I think we've gotten one donation off, some of the videos that I've done, but it wasn't even necessarily for a reaction video. I think it was for our draft. It was for our draft video that we did. Like, they donated after the draft was over on fantasy football, and then we got like a $5 dono. So.
New Orleans and apologizing for breaking the hearts of Saints fans in 2010. That wild card game, fans still a little down about that one. Fans also down right now.
Pretty athletic. She's a gem.
Still not able to get into the end. 7 straight quarters without a touch. Home ties their longest streak.
Yeah.
This is a movie we've seen before. We saw it last week with the defense. Houston comes out, scores some points, and then they shut them down. But the offense.
Yeah, Calvin's an OG.
What do they do in the second half? Derek Carr's been in this situation.
Loves anime. Really good at drawing. Big Saints fan. Big Bama fan. Big Bianca fan.
Just saying, throw the ball down the field, please.
Lobbying for Jameis, okay?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things their defense has to show up too, and they have. In the second quarter, they had a lot of third down stops. That's important. I mean, you saw that when they went for it on fourth with the fake punt, he got completion, but this defense has got to stop. They need to get turnovers. You saw that Marshawn Lattimore almost interception. They need to convert those opportunities, and they got a shot.
For the Jacksonville Jaguars, though, there is one person missing.
Nice donation indeed.
Calvin Ridley got 0 catches right now. They're kind of double teaming him a little bit, but at the same time, if I'm them, I'm going to make an effort to get the ball in his hands because this guy's dynamic when he can get the ball.
Hey, give a shout out to Antoine Harrison. I got Cam Robinson because right now the Saints are not getting any pressure on Trevor Lawrence. Those 2 tackles are doing a heck of a job in this game against Cam Jordan and Carl Branderson.
Yeah, well, the Jags came in with a ton of momentum. They've kept it going. Meanwhile, the Saints offense.
I mean, shit, we had like 200 in donos like every day for like 6 months. So, it's definitely a slap in the face, when you go from like 100, 200, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500, where some streams you're hitting less than 20. It's like, it's not a good feeling. But you just got to keep positive and know that, that things are going to get better. And sometimes it only takes one person to make a difference. But if that one person isn't here, then, we're going to feel it, or two or three, That's one thing I think people don't realize, with the GOATs and the heavy hitters. When they don't show up, it affects the rest of the room and the other heavy hitters and the other GOATs. Yeah, and I guess if it was like one of those things, if I just did this shit for fun, and it was just like a hobby, or whatever, that's one thing. But it's like when you sacrifice a Jordan rookie that's worth $20,000 to $30,000, and this is something that's going to be worth over $100,000 to $150,000, and this is my full-time job. I don't know anyone that can survive off, $1, based off a day, or $2, But we'll be fine. Eventually, new GOATs will emerge, and then hopefully some of the old ones will start to show up. Anything else, Calvin, that you want to see?
Crime Stories Now is brought to you by the official private wireless network for NFL coach-to-coach communications. Let's talk about Big R project. He's feeling pretty good right now. It's always a don't show the fans, get back fans, get on moves. They're going to be on the flowers like that. Let me look at the game.
Travis Etienne touchdown. Man, oh man, I tell you, he is one of the best backs in the league.
You can't get the play for any league. We got to work down the points.
Caught and a turnover on the Jaguars.
17-6, Jacksonville. Well, hopefully the Saints can get at least a touchdown before the game is over. I mean, ideally, it would be great for them to get to 20. That way they can get 2 touchdowns. And, and then the Jaguars are at 17. They're pacing for somewhere between 23 and 34.
Saints had every opportunity. 3 points for those turnovers. 6. We have to have it 17-6, and New Orleans will get the ball. See if they can muster something offensively as we start the second half. Jags looking for their 4th straight win.
Yeah, if you made that field goal, then you guys would have beat his 1-possession game, as shitty as it was in the first half. But I also feel like in sports and with people, you have to believe, right? You have to believe that you can actually win the game. And I don't think that they believe that they can win. Their body language and the way that, that they approach the game and the way that their shoulders slump over. Like when you watch the Saints on the football field, they don't look like they're a team that is wanting to win. They're out there getting a paycheck. You know what I mean? Like, what's for dinner? Where are we going afterwards? Like, I don't really see a lot of like hope, in the body language of the team. It's like they're almost waiting for the next fuck up to happen. And I know Saints fans are feeling that way too. It's like, you have a lot of expectations, but then it's like, those expectations get kind of stomped on when you see like shitty play from the O-line and Carr or a missed field goal from Groupie. 1 TD on 29 drives at home. Is that good? 0 TDs on 15 drives. Second longest streak in the NFL. That's terrible. Short gain for AK. Maybe if I put a Camaro photo up, that he'll do something. And again, the defensive line is very, very good. So you got to give the Jags the credit too. Second down and 9. Play action fake. Here comes the blitz. And look how fast the Jags are. You know, they always have 2 or 3 guys, you know, on that second level that will catch up to you. Like, there's not going to be a whole lot that's going to go over their heads. If you want to dink and doink, you know, and get little 2 yards here, 5 yards there, 7 yards there, that's fine. But I mean, they're going to stuff that running game, and you know, they play very good defense. They're very disciplined. I know, seriously, like you guys haven't gone deep once, and you have no confidence to do so because if you do, it's probably going to get picked. Third down and 4, Rashid Shaheed. Carr ain't it. I did see him. I mean, like Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave, not only in fantasy, but in real life, they're being wasted in front of our very eyes. It's sickening. There we go. There we go. Yes, sir. First down. Saints. That photo worked, baby. Let's go. Imagine if Penning was in the game. That would have been a loss of 5. First down, Saints. Let's go. Come on now. I'm probably like the only Buccaneer fan on planet Earth that actually wants to see the Saints do well. But I also want to see the Falcons and Panthers do well too. I'm a different breed. No bias. I know it's a rare thing, you know, but I call it how I see it. I'm not going to be wrong often. You know, I'm not going to be right 100% of the time, but you know, this Jags and this Detroit Lion talk that I've been saying, you know, it's the writing's on the wall. You can either believe me or you don't have to. But don't be shocked if the Jags or the Lions make an AFC or NFC championship game in the next 3 years. Hell, it could be this year. Keeper by Taysom. There we go. There we go. First down, Saints. You got to sprinkle him in a little bit more. So how do you counteract that if he gets in the game and then you know that he's going to hang on to the ball? You start him, and then you don't know what he's going to do. He's going to hand it off. He's going to throw it. Is he going to play, you know, this position, that position? Play quarterback. Let's go. So I'm even busting out the photos for the Saints to give him that Uncle Mo. Come on now. Try to go to AK with the little screen there. I feel like almost anybody could call better plays than what we're getting out of Carmichael. Like, if you're that stupid to think that you're just going to be able to run it with Carr and you're going to get wins, you're an idiot. Especially on how bad this line is. Carr is playing worse with the Saints than what he did with the Raiders with that offensive line, but the weapons were better. The route running was better. Carr, second down and 10. Almost picked. What happened to my hands? But when you watch Good Morning Football and you watch all of the outlets, you're going to start hearing a lot of them talking about the Jags, being a top 5 team in the NFL and maybe even higher than that. That'll be the new narrative, just like the Lions. We have to have a AFC version of the Lions, and you're looking at it. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's like you either recognized it when Etienne and Lawrence and that defense got going, and then you saw the victory against the Bills in London, or now you realize it after watching this game, or maybe you still don't realize it, and then you'll realize it later in the season when we stack it more and more wins with Jacksonville, as long as they don't have any major injuries. Got to keep that knee healthy for Trevor Lawrence. O-line, D-line, defense, offense, defense, but it's specifically O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. If you got a good O-line, you got a good D-line, chances are your team's good. You don't got a good O-line or don't got a good D-line, you're probably not that good. You're probably a fraud. Or if you have one good O-line and a bad D-line, you're probably not that good. You're okay. Or if you got a really, really good D-line but terrible O-line, if you only got one or the other, you're going to get exposed.
This drive is really a microcosm of their season. Moving the ball. All of a sudden, the holding column plus territory, second 20, followed up with a pass.
Third down and 20. There we go. Got to hang on to that football. But one of the biggest things that I've been noticing watching the Saints, not having Juwan Johnson has been an absolute killer, because with Juwan Johnson, he can stretch, the defense. He's got good hands. He's great in the red zone. So that way, if they can't go to AK in a screen or like something close by because the defense is so good, you can go to Juwan Johnson instead of going to Olave, or going to Rashid Shaheed, and they haven't had that all year. And that's another part of why that they're not playing good on offense. You got to have a good tight end to go to. Hell, even having a Jared Cook at this point, from a couple years ago would be so beneficial to the Saints team. Not Jared Cook now, but if Jared Cook back from a couple years ago, even though he fucked up a couple times, having that type of player would be a lot better, than what they have right now. Another field goal by Groupie. Field goal. It's terrible. How do you go from being one of the best teams in the NFL to one of the worst? No offensive line, bad head coach, no Sean Payton, no Drew Brees. And I kept telling Nola and all the people, like, listen, this is not going to be the same team ever again. Brees and Michael Thomas, that shit doesn't exist anymore. It's done. No more Brees, no more, Sean Payton. This is not going to be the same looking team anymore. Which quarterback out of the draft would be the best fit for New England? Drake May. That would be the best fit. Not Caleb, not Michael Penix Jr. I mean, obviously, if you had those guys, it would work, But to me, Drake May would be the best one for that team. But again, I'm an idiot and I don't know anything, so, right?
Rated E to M.
17-9 Jacksonville. Tough for the Saints.
New Dove Men Body Wash gives you 24 hours of nourishing micro moisture. That means your skin still feels healthy and smooth now, and now too.
Yeah. I mean, there's different levels. I mean, you go to any other channel, you'll get the bias comments, this player, that player, this team, you know what I mean? People being fucking delusional, thinking their teams are better than they are, or arguing about dumb shit that doesn't need to be argued about. Like when Megan goes to the 12s, like how terrible is that? Like when you want to be a part of something and have camaraderie and have fun, but then it ends up being like somewhere where you don't even want to be because it's so toxic, But that's how it is sometimes with sport fans, Some people are smart, some people are stupid, some people are biased, some people aren't, And all it takes is a couple dumbasses to ruin it, There's different levels to football, I mean, if you really want to be able to get on the fanatic level, you go deep. The offensive linemen, the defense, the head coach, the coordinators, the GM, the owner, You know, it's more than just, oh, I know the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Yeah, so do like 10 billion people. But that doesn't mean that you know football. You know, you got to go deeper than that if you really want to understand how the NFL works or how football works in general. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end will always be the most popular, but you never win games without a good O-line and D-line. Said blocking schemes, route concepts, gaps. You know, I like offensive linemen that can pull. I like, you know what I mean? There's this like little aspects to the game that when you talk to people in person or like, you know, in a room like this, you can tell the people that played football, that studied, you know, college football, played Pop Warner, played high school, played college, you know, people that understand. You know, just because you play Madden every day doesn't mean you're an NFL expert, you know. Of course, you're going to have a better grasp of the league by playing Madden if you memorize the names that you're playing against and you're going through like seasons and dynasties and depth charts and you're going through that. But there's like a game inside the game. A lot of people, when they see football, they see it as checkers, but it's more chess, you know, that people realize. How's the anime and everything else going for you, Calvin? And thank you for donating. I really do appreciate that. I mean, some streams were good where we'll be at 100 to 200 or more, you know, but then, you know, some are going to be under 50 where we're half the goal, or some will be, you know, 20 or less, 10 or less. That shit gets hella depressing too. But, you know, it is what it is. What can you do? You know, I have to keep grinding. And then eventually the people will get smart that donate to those bigger channels and realize that the hosts don't give a fuck about them. And then they're just paying those guys that have plenty of people that are supporting them that, you know, maybe they realize, well, maybe I should, you know, put my hard-earned money somewhere else where someone will actually appreciate what I'm doing. You know, but a lot of people, you know, that go to those bigger channels are sheep, you know, they're followers. So when they see people do shit, then they want to do it. They want to be a part of something special, or they think it's something special, you know. Donating 10, 20, 50, 100 and knowing that at some point that motherfucker does not give a shit about you. He cares about the money that he's getting. 17-9 Jags. Oh, I know it will. I mean, I didn't sacrifice a Jordan rookie for nothing. I've been doing this for 11 years. If I was a fucking quitter, I would have quit a long time ago. I know what I have. But it's just sad that it's going to have to take a sponsorship, a collab. You know, it's going to have to take something for like other people to realize, oh, this guy is really good. Like he's one of the best in the world at what he does. You know, like sometimes people need to see other people or some kind of like, you know, membership or some type of collab or some type of like sponsorship. Oh, he's got a sponsorship. Oh, that must mean he's good. You know, you either can tell when someone's good or you don't, you know. That's bottom line. Dougie P thinking about it right now on fourth down. Yeah, but Matt, you know, when you're at that type of number, if you look at all the other YouTubers that do sports, no one gets treated like me that is above 20K. You know, like I said, you don't see people, you know, with the views and the donos when you're at 20,000 or higher. You know, people get treated differently compared to me.
Out of bounds at the 15-yard line. 53-yard no return. Second no return.
Yeah, people get threatened. That's what happens. When people see that, you know, that people like you, you know, and you're a big boy on the streams, and then they see someone that they raid and they see, oh shit, you know, the fan base donated, you know, $600-700. How many raids do people actually donate that much? Like, it's pretty rare. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people that raid on other things don't even donate anything. You know, they just bring in the likes and they think that's good enough. You know, but when you get some of the bigger channels that actually have good heavy hitters that support, and then you end up getting big donos, that's an eye opener for the host, because he's like, that's my money. Those are my fans. And then when you see some of those people join my channel, then you get threatened, you know, or if it happens to another channel, then they then they regret maybe, even doing the raid in the very beginning, especially when they see some of their top people, join my channel. So that's when when people get threatened by channels that are lower, because they know that eventually, I'm going to have my time. Eventually I'm going to, have the numbers like them. I just have to wait my turn. I mean, imagine if the Packer Buck collab actually happened. Where this channel would have been, even if it was just one time. Just one time, where we would be. I keep my word. Some people don't. So, and the sad thing was too is that even in the raid, if you actually go back and you watch, every single person in there, even them not even knowing who I was, would be like, you should collab with this guy. And most of the time when they say that to a host, the host is like, oh, no, they're not going to happen. They're not good enough, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But every once in a while, there are people that are very, very talented, compared to the big boys, that have 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 subs. Just because I'm not at 50 or 100 doesn't mean I suck or I'm not good, Jameis is trending. Put him in. $17-9 Jacksonville. Have the Saints try to attack the middle of the field? No, not at all. This is field goal. The drive stall. And you guys have gotten a couple fumbles, you've had all these chances, you know what I mean? But the bottom line is one team, is a top 4 or top 3 team in the AFC. To me right now, the Jags right now to me are probably the second best team or third best team in the AFC. I would probably go Dolphins, Jags, Chiefs. Maybe not necessarily in that order, but those are the 3 best to me. And I don't really think the Chiefs have been playing very good football. And Miami's defense is a little suspect, but the Jacksonville is good on both sides of the ball. So you could argue they have the best balance. Maybe the Chiefs and the Dolphins might, have a better record at some point here and there. But I mean, if the Jags win this game, they go to 5-2. I think they're better than the Chiefs. And then we got to see if the Dolphins can beat the Eagles. And if the Eagles win, then we might be saying that the Jags are the best team in the AFC. It's just that I'll be the first one to say it when other people are afraid to say it. Or like the Lions are one of the, top 3 teams when I was saying that for months, and now you're starting to see it. That balance. You got Niners and you got Eagles, but the Lions are right there. Hell, some people are saying the Lions are the best team in football. Intercepted. Uh-oh. Jacksonville Jaguars. Did he get a pick 6 right there? Did they give him the touchdown or is he down at the 1? Now the game is over. They just got a big tipped interception and to prove to people that the Jags are for real. I already know it. It's just a matter of if you want to be able to hear it or if you want to argue with me. If you want to argue that the Lions aren't good, you want to argue with me that the Jags aren't good. The writing's on the wall. The game film shows it. O-line and D-line dictate how good you're going to be, And again, there's not a lot of people that are going to put in the dedication to read, for 4, 5, 6 hours a day and watch film for a couple hours a day. A lot of people, they don't do that. And the more film you watch, the more reading that you do, the more that you can not be biased and you keep it real. I have nothing to gain by saying the Lions are one of the best teams in football or the Jags are one of the best teams in football. It's just fucking reality. You got to stop hanging on to the Chiefs and the Bills just because they have Patrick Mahomes and fucking Josh Allen. If they don't have a good O-line or a good defense, they will get exposed. And they may get exposed in the playoffs. And that's another thing too, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. I always say it, and I'm always big on coordinators and coaches, O-line, defense. I always give you guys the X factors that they don't talk about on the sports shows. or on Good Morning Football. They're always going to be quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. But real football heads, right? Fanatics know it's O-line and D-line is what makes the games go. But then on top of that, you got to have a defense, you got to have a good play caller, and you got to have good coaches. You know, if you don't have that, that's going to separate. Like if you have an okay coach compared to someone who's elite, there's a huge difference there with leadership, you know, and how hard you're going to play for the players. You know, like look at Urban Meyer and what he did at college, but he can't do it on the NFL side. Imagine if Urban Meyer was coaching this team in Jacksonville. Do you think that they would have been able to beat the Chargers last year? Fuck no. They probably wouldn't even been able to get to that point. You know, so you could still be a legend in Swamp Kings, and I could still like you for what you did at Utah, at Ohio State, and Florida, Urban Meyer. But there's a difference between Dougie P. He brought over that championship mentality, and even people questioned him going from Philly, getting fired and replaced, and going to Jacksonville, thinking that he was going to be a scrub, like he was a one-hit wonder. That's what they were treating him like he was a motherfucking one-hit wonder, disrespectful like a motherfucker. And that's when you know when someone is very fucking good. Because Toby would fucking ask me every goddamn year when they were in last place, are we good enough to make the playoffs? Fuck no. Are we good enough to make the AFC championship? No. Fuck no. But now it only took you 2 short years. And now you are a contender probably for the next 3 to 4 years. You're going to have a chance in the next 3 to 4 years to be able to make an AFC championship game like the Dolphins. You know, and it's all about what you do when you get there. You know, you may get there this year, it may be next year, it may be the following year, and then every time you end up getting a first place schedule, remember, it gets harder. When you end up having a 4th place or a 3rd place schedule, it's easy. Like the Eagles last year, they ran through everyone because you had dog shit schedule, okay? This year, look at the next 8 games the Eagles play. They legitimately could lose 3 or 4 games out of the next 8. Will they? I don't know. But if Jalen plays like shit, they will lose a few more, and it'll start to open a few eyebrows. And then what that will mean is that the Niners and the Lions are going to go up, and the Eagles will slide down to 3. They're still going to be like that team that people love, but they're going to get exposed. 24-9 Jacksonville. I speak the truth, no lies. I mean, people win thousands of dollars based off the information here. Sports betting, parlays, fantasy football. I don't give bad advice because, you know, this is my fucking reputation and my legacy on the line. I ain't like all those other motherfuckers out there that don't read and watch film and that are biased as fuck. First down and 10, 24-9 Jacksonville. And that's why I'm proud of a lot of the people that we have in the room, because a lot of us aren't biased. You know, we can still have our favorite teams and players, but we understand what's good and what's not good. And the reason that we know is we can compare it to past experiences with our own team. Like when we actually did have a championship team, how were we built? Who did we have? Who was coaching? And if you don't see that type of mentality now on your team, then you're probably not championship caliber. That's a good gauge. Screen pass, AK-41, blockers downfield. Go, go. Good tackle.
They've been trying to hit that over the last few weeks. The timing has just been off.
Yeah, AK is wide receiver 1 because Carr can't throw it past 3 yards. No, you know, even if he was going to throw a pick, he cares more about his completion percentage and his stat line than rather going deep to try to get a PI or to get the crowd in the game with Olave or Rashid Shaheed. It's like, I get it, your O-line was terrible. Guess what, Carr? Your line on the Raiders was terrible too. They had 1 good offensive lineman, and that didn't prevent you from going deep. So what is it? Is it the receivers are better, running backs are equal with Josh Jacobs and AK-41, and you had, you know, Waller when he was still good before the injuries, and Devontae Adams and Hunter Renfrow, but like, you're not playing the same type of football. You know, you're regressing. You're going backwards. You're not getting better. This was a mistake. Taysom Hill, you should have used that money to get something else, like better offensive linemen, you know, or paying the guys to stay instead of getting Carr. You know, sometimes you don't realize that Taysom Hill is the best quarterback on the team. I mean, I've seen enough. Shit, put Winston. I mean, fuck, at the end of the day, if you're going to fucking lose the game no matter what, put in Jameis or Taysom because at least they're funner to watch. Jameis will make a huge 58-yard bomb to Rashid Shaheed. Yes, right? And then the next play, when he gets the ball, he throws a pick six. No, but at least you got the big play, you know? Or, oh, boom, Olave, 35-yard post. Let's go, right? And then the next play, he fumbles, and the other team gets the ball. But at least you get excitement either way. I agree. I would rather see Jameis out there or Taysom Hill. This is a mistake. I mean, fucking A, if I wanted to see a 2-yard fucking screen pass every time, I would just fucking play Madden. Play Madden on all Madden mode. Can't even make the passes down deep. Fucking screen. What are we doing here? You think the Saint fans pay thousands of dollars, to go fucking see Carr throw a 3-yard screen 12 times a game? Christ. I mean, if I was a receiver for the Saints, I'd fucking want to be out of there. I'm like, I'm not even getting in the ball. All I'm doing is fucking getting cardio in. I'm fucking running routes, and I'm never getting the goddamn ball. And then here we go, Carr, not even throwing it. Idiot. But again, you have to give credit to the defense for the Jags. They are so good. Like, we don't look at them normally and say, this is one of the best teams in football. When we look at the Jags, we normally think top 12 team, top 14 team, not maybe the best team in the AFC besides the Dolphins. Think about it. We haven't said that since Blake Bortles almost got this team to the Super Bowl when they had Bouye, right? When they had Jalen Ramsey, Leonard Fournette, when he was good. Remember, this is the last time that we have said the Jags are good, like really good. It's been that many years. We haven't said it since, but I'm saying it now because they're making the Saints even look worse than they really are. At this point, they would normally have at least a tutty, one. But that Jags defense is something else. Shit, I take Drew Brees out there. Fuck it. He'd probably get better stats. They say he got a noodle arm. Well, a noodle arm can go more than 3 yards. He'll throw 4. Shit, give me Drew Brees' son. He's got 3 of them. Throw them out there at quarterback. That would make it more interesting. Oh, yeah. Hana. He looked good in preseason. But then he got busted with the PED or whatever, I mean, honestly, anybody is more exciting than Carr. It's like you look up Carr in the dictionary as like boring quarterback and his face is there. And like, I was always a supporter of him when he was on the Raiders. I thought that him and Kirk Cousins, were decent. They weren't great, but they were like 10th, 11th, 12th. But now with the injuries to Jay Jetta and his overall production, Carr and Cousins look like dog shit. They went from being the 11th and 12th best quarterbacks for like 4 or 5 years in a row to now being probably somewhere between 20 and 25. I mean, that's the reality. The record may not say it, but the performance on the field shows it. I wouldn't want those guys on my team. Now they got Justin Herbert, so they're fine. They had Phillip Rivers. I mean, they like to waste the talent of their team. They just need to be able to get off the injury curse, right, and have good coaching. If they actually had a good O-line, good coaching, and no injury curse, Herbert would be able to make at least a AFC championship game or 2 in his career. And honestly, he may have to go to a new team for him to do that, because I just feel like the Chargers are a cursed franchise. Ooh, Pilo at the Wingstop.
My dad instilled in me, I always put people before.
It's bad when diehard Saints fans don't want to watch the game. You know what I mean? Like, die hard. Like, it's hard for them to stomach this, and it's because you guys were spoiled with success with Peyton and Breeze. I don't think you guys realize like how sweet that run was, and then now you're starting to see that team no longer exists and how great. I mean, you guys had the best regular season record for like 4 or 5 years in a row. You guys should have won at least 1 or 2 Super Bowls in that time period. Maybe gotten to 2 and won 1, or at the very, very least, the year that the Rams ripped you guys off in the refs, that was the year that you guys were going to win the Super Bowl over New England, where we had that shitty Super Bowl with Gronk getting that late catch at the end of the game where it was like 13-10, where we had the Patriots and the Rams with Jared Goff. That should have been the Saints. and the Saints would have been able to win that game, even though New England's defense was very stout. Saints would have won that game 100%. And I'm a Buck fan saying that. So yeah, but sometimes, even though I'm a Duck, also Herbert's decision making sometimes is ass. Like I have to be honest when even though it's one of my guys, my team, my player, when I go to Eugene, and everything, but like you have to be fair. It's not only coaching. Herbert isn't an elite quarterback. He's a good quarterback. You know what I mean? There's certain guys that are elite, and I'm the biggest Herbert fan. I got his jersey, rock it when I go to the game. Love him. I think he's going to go down in history as maybe the Ducks' best player of all time in Oregon Duck history. But he needs someone to coach him up. He needs to go somewhere other than Los Angeles. He needs somewhere that he'll have a quarterback guru mentor him to get, above and beyond the Josh Allen, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts kind of level, Burrow when he's healthy level. Because he's like statistically speaking, he's right there with Burrow and Allen and Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, but consistency, he's not there. Third down, he could be much better too. Come on, Taysom. And obviously, if I was biased, I would never say that. I would just be like, oh, Herbert, number one. Herbert, top 5. Herbert. But, that's when if someone is biased, it's how they talk about their own team and their own guys. Can you criticize and show the faults, even of your own? Yeah, and if you can, then you're not biased. If you can't, then you're biased as fuck. I mean, that's just really how it comes down to. Oh, yeah, Herbert with Peyton? Absolutely. I actually was telling people I thought Sean Payton going to Justin Herbert or going to Dak would improve both of those quarterbacks more than any other coach. If you had Peyton with Dak and if you had Sean Payton with Herbert, you would get more. Dak is limited. You know what I mean? Herbert would benefit the most, but Dak would be able to raise the level of his play, and he wouldn't be as ass in the playoffs. He would be a better decision maker. You would get more out of Dak, which is not a lot more, even if you had the most, Andy Reid or anybody. You would only get a little bit more out of Dak. But out of Herbert, I think it could go up many, many levels where he could be in the same conversation as the top 4 guys in the NFL. And at one point, with good coaching, someone could say Herbert could be the best quarterback in the NFL for like a year or two if he got on the right team, minus the Chargers, and had elite coaching. Like, imagine if you swapped Herbert for Mahomes and you had a better wide receiving core, and you had Andy Reid coaching up with Bieniemy with Herbert, what you would be able to get out of him. You get a hell of a lot more. Some guys have like unlimited ceilings, and other guys, they kind of cap out, like Carson Wentz and Jameis. They were, or Marcus Mariota and Jameis. You were only going to do what you did in college. You weren't going to get any better. Mariota had the skill set, but he had injuries that held him back. Jameis just hit his ceiling in college and never got any better. And it's just a harsh reality some athletes have to deal with, that some guys just don't get fucking better, no matter what type of fucking video you try to do. That shit don't make you a 400-yard passing player, Jameis. It just makes people make fun of you online. Damn it, AK. Right, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, even if you don't like the Cowboys and you don't like Dak, right? If you ended up having elite coaching, right, like a Jimmy Johnson type with Dan Quinn, and you got Micah running shit over there with Dan Quinn, and you actually have gurus helping out Andy Reid and Bieniemy, you're getting the best play calls, the best system, the best workouts, the best knowledge, the best secrets. Dak wouldn't be the same player. He would be elevated. Would we say he's a top 5? Probably not, but we would say top 8 with confidence. Oh, he leaped and he didn't get in. Like, I think Dak could get as high as somewhere between 6, 7, or 8 instead of being 10, 11, 12 if he had great coaching. But I don't think he would ever be top 5. But he would be close. I think you get him to like 6, 7, 8, 9, and I think people would say it with confidence, and you couldn't argue. Dak is the 8th best quarterback. You're right. There would be no debate. But you can't say that right now. McCarthy is dog shit. Dak is dog shit. He can only do so much. It's just like it's a fan base that gets all the media love, but they never do anything. And then you get these Cowboy fans that start burning the Dak jersey that are idiots. You don't understand football. It's offensive line, not hanging on to guys like Zeke for so long. You know, defense wins championships, but it's coaching and play calling. You know, Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy ain't it. Mike McCarthy ain't it. In all honesty, to me, Mike McCarthy, to me, is one of the top 5 worst coaches in the NFL. I wouldn't want him on any team, no matter what. It's overrated. You know what I mean? If you don't want to say bottom 5, then bottom 10, because he's not good. You know, but they still continue to win 9, 10, 11 games because of the talent that they have on the field and Dan Quinn and Micah on the defense. So that's why he doesn't get fired. Him and Jerry are boys. But you need a different type of personality, a Jimmy Johnson swag and personality. If you don't have that, then you're going to be fucking dog do for a long time. You know, you're going to be just, you know, mediocre, mid, you know. It's just, you have to understand how talent works, and coaching does play a big part. I mean, look at Mahomes and his development, right? You think Mahomes would be as good as he is if he didn't have Andy Reid and Bieniemy? He wouldn't. You know, would he still be top 5? Yeah, but he wouldn't be number 1. I guarantee that. Like if Patrick Mahomes would have went to the Browns, are we even talking about Patrick Mahomes? Like he would be able to lead that team to the playoffs. You know what I mean? But you're not the Patrick Mahomes of right now, you know. Mentors and coaches help a lot, you know, to people. Yeah. Well, also, too, with the Packers championships, a lot of people don't bring up the fact that the Packers would never have won, you know, with Brett Favre if they didn't have Reggie White. 100% true. If you didn't have Reggie White, you're not winning the Super Bowl. You're not even getting there. And then with Aaron Rodgers and his magical run in the playoffs that year, when you guys went all the way, if you didn't have Charles Woodson, there is no championship run, period. You know, but a lot of times people forget the players that they had on their team, specifically legends on defense that actually make a huge difference. Those were the 2 key components for the Packers Super Bowls. No Reggie White, right? No Charles Woodson, no championships. Megan with a 5er. Kraken 2-1. What period? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Kraken, baby. Thank you. Appreciate you. Carr with the flip. They can't get it, baby. God, they're fast. Jacksonville is so fast, sideline to sideline with their players. Look at Josh Allen and company. And he's huge. Best defense in the AFC. You're looking at it. First Yanni and then Jaden. Nice.
He's got such range. I just feel like you start to see it and has the ability to get outside in a hurry. That's Kamara. Can't get the edge against that Lloyd. Kamara comes out. Taysom Hill comes in.
4th and goal.
We got Saunders again. The defensive tackle in the backfield.
Touchdown, Saints. There you go. Yeah, he had to hit him with a little bit of the hezzy to make them just kind of wait for just a second. And if you're getting touchdowns here, why don't you use him like Justin Fields? Even though Justin Fields got hurt, use Taysom Hill like they use Justin Fields. He'll be a runner first and a thrower once in a while. You're going to win more games, but ultimately, if you win more games, Dennis Allen and Carmichael keep their jobs. So do you want to keep the same coaching core or do you want them fired? That's the decision you have to make. Nice job, Taysom. Wow. Extra point hit the upright. Idiot. But he made it. Groupie with no groupies. Blake with no groupies. Not even one groupie or ease. Good doinks.
You know, it's a perfect sentence. What it sounds like is how you
Let's go, brother. I love seeing Taysom Hill do well. One of my favorite players on the team because he does everything. It's like an underappreciated person. Sometimes I feel the same way. Well, Taysom Hill, you're the Swiss Army knife, baby. Keep doing you. I will always support him. Groupie is a dud. I agree. 9-3 Stros. The series is going to be tied up 2-2. And then what happens? Now Houston has the Uncle Mo. Will Houston end up winning the next 2 games? Could happen. I would be shocked if the Diamondbacks win next game, though, game 4. But you never know. But it should be. It would look like it was going to be Phillies Rangers with the 2-0 lead, but Houston has gained the momentum, and maybe now the momentum has shifted that we're going to get Phillies and the Astros. That's what I originally thought we were going to get. So, but Texas Rangers got so hot 7 games that they won in a row before they ended up, losing these couple games recently. Groupie going home with no females. Nice. I told y'all, bro. As bad as the Saints are going to do, they'll get you 3 to 4 field goals, and they'll get you 1 or 2 touchdowns. Or if they don't get 3 or 4 field goals, they'll get 1 or 2 and then 1 or 2 touchdowns. So it's not pretty, but again, if they decided to give more opportunities other than Carr to either Jameis or Taysom Hill, you're going to get points. Now, if Carr would have played the whole game, then you're probably going to be stuck at like 12, or 15 and get 5 field goals or 4 field goals. So good for you, bro. I always like to help people win money, I just try to call it how I see it, and like I said, evaluating players and watching tape and reading is my favorite thing to do. So besides exercising with Paisley, this is literally all I do is I read all day, on all the sports, all the teams, all the blogs, all the vlogs, all the fucking writers, all the beat writers, all the local writers, Good Morning Football, even though it's not as good as what it used to be, and then a little smidge of Pat McAfee show, but mostly just Good Morning Football. Go, Trevor, go. Oh, he's like, my knee. Yeah, don't push it there. Good to hear, though. I love it when I can help people win money. There you go. Now let me know what you want to do for photos, Megan, and I got you at the commercial break. Walking is so therapeutic, man. Like, I'm addicted to exercise now. And anyone that has depression or anxiety or has had any addiction of any kind, alcohol or worse, sometimes you need to be able to find other things that you can get addicted to that can really better you. I'm addicted to trying to be a better person each day. I'm going to, not give the same energy that I get. I'm just going to be a good person no matter what. And then I'm going to be addicted to exercising. Nice. Yeah. Good defense there by the Saints. Well, you let me know. I can do Kraken. You just let me know what players you want. I can do the players that scored goals. I can do the coach. You let me know what you want out of Kraken, and I got you. There we go, Saints. Now we're getting ourselves an actual football game where we're not just waiting for the game to be over. I want to be able to get excited. When I watch games, I try to imagine myself as a Saint fan or a Jag fan. Every game, I try to watch it that way. You have to be able to evaluate the talent and evaluate the coaching and the play calling. Let's go. The first time the Saints crowd is alive. Let's go. 3rd and 8. Get him. Yeah. 12 noon, you know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. There we go. Here's the crowd. Finally, it took a Taysom Hill touchdown to get these guys to stop drinking the beer and to start cheering. And they were like, okay, Jameis or Taysom or Jameis, Carr go to the bench. We made a mistake, We fucked up picking Penning. We fucked up getting Carr. We fucked up drafting Groupie, right? You fucked up. It's okay to say that you fucked up. You fucked up 3 times. And you're paying the price for it. But you still got Taysom Hill on the roster. He didn't leave. He's there. It's all about making the right decision. Unless the Saints also know that they want to tank, and the best opportunity for them to lose games is with Carr now, and they know it. It's kind of sad when they do that, but that's a reality. Yeah, I mean, I watch so much college and NFL. It's ridiculous. Like, people don't realize with all the content that I do on here and all the reading and the film study that I do every day, but like doing it for the NFL and college football and doing it for all 32 NFL teams, not just my own or just not my conference or not just the good players. It takes a lot of fucking energy, but it's worth it though. All right, Saints, I see you.
News for women going through menopause. Viosa, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Viosa, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Viosa is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working as early as 1 week. Don't use Viosa if you have cirrhosis.
All right. I'm letting you know right now, Calvin. All right. That even though, we already know what probably the outcome is going to be, Elliot and Calvin, but this is the best opportunity you have right now. Decision making if you want to make or break the game. You put in Carr. All right. This is what's going to happen. Not good. But if you keep in Taysom the rest of the game, I think you can go to overtime and you might be able to win. Like, no bullshit. But again, we already know what decision that they're going to make. Let's go ahead and keep in Carr the whole game. Fuck!
This chili street for me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Shows you what pure chaos. Prime Video makes it easy.
Look at that handsome guy. Let's get a dub, baby.
Next Gen Stats powered by AWS, a really good matchup. Been watching Josh Allen against Amber's feet, who's had to move out to left tackle. They have been going at it, especially in pass pro. Give Pete a lot of credit. He's giving up the 7 pressures, but he's not.
Let's go. Let's get this dub. Let's go, Kraken. Release the Kraken.
Played a lot of football this year. How would he hold up? And so far, he's doing okay.
This is the biggest part of the game right now. These next like 2 or 3 drives. This is make or break if you actually fight. Because if you fight, something lucky might happen. It just depends on what direction you go. Either the game is going to slip away and you're going to make a costly error, or you're going to get back into this game. And if it ends up, where it ends up being 24-24 or 27-27 and it goes in OT, there will be a chance that the Saints could win. But I just don't know if we're going to get that out of them because they still have Carr in the game. 23 for 37, 187 yards and a pick, and he looks like dog shit. 2nd and 10. Well, look at that. Olave fantasy owners. They're like, oh, about time. Thanks for my 1.1 point. 24-16 Jags. Michael in the building. What's good? This is the key point of the game where Saints fans actually turn the TV back on. Here we go, going deep. And, of course, he overthrows it to the ball boy. Come on, Carr. If I want a deep shot to Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave, me as a Buccaneer fan, knowing the Saints and knowing their roster, you got to do better. Go with Jameis throwing the deep balls, right? And then go with Taysom Hill, on a majority of the plays. That's how you end up getting back in this game. What was that? And now he's screaming at Olave. The ball was not even fucking catchable. Carr is yelling like that was like a wide open 50-yard Hail Mary, and he dropped it. Nice punt. Carr's on everyone's shit list now, man. I mean, as bad as Jameis is, you have a better chance with him because you're going to get the big play and the big mistake, but you just have to hope that big play, or you have more big plays than big mistakes. Jameis makes 2 big plays and that 1 big mistake, but you're still up 3 and you win. Okay, right? I'll take that. Or with Taysom Hill, you're going to get what you get with him. He's good RPO. And if you know he gets the ball and you know he's hanging on to it and they still can't stop it, why not implement him in the game? He can run, he can throw, he can do RPO, he can hand it off, he can do a screen pass, you can do jet sweep. Like, your guys' offense is so fucking vanilla. Like, where is the reverses? Where's the jet sweeps? Just as I say that, the Jags run one. That's the difference between the Jags and the Saints. That was good defense and they didn't get a whole lot, but sometimes you got to test the other team. Where the hell is the jet sweeps? Where's the reverses? Where's the trickery? I know you got no confidence, sometimes in like Carr, but that's the wrong guy to run those plays with. Run them with Taysom. Dummies. Yeah, what did I tell you at the very beginning of the game? I told y'all, you got to get a pick six or a fumble for a touchdown, something big that obviously the Jags got theirs on their defensive side. You need yours. Trevor? Wow. Calvin Ridley, but I think he was out of bounds. He has been very quiet today. One-handed, too. Ooh, he almost got his feet in. One-handed. That one foot is in, but it's the other one, the inside one. That one was close. That one was close. The first foot, initially people thought out of bounds, but that first foot was in. It was that second one. That one was really close. One-handed grab. Nice job. Ridley's like, I'm not doing sports betting anymore under my name. Trevor? Incomplete. There's a flag. Knocked him down. He said uncatchable, but you knocked him down. I'm going to go get my Snapple.
It's amazing with all these receivers. Trevor Lewis has looked up Jamal Agnew a lot, and here it is working from a advanced formation, works out and back in, and that's one thing the Saints have had a lot of is interference calls with the way they
all right.
all year.
All right, I'm back.
Such a tight coverage. First down on the penalty. So 14th penalty, the Saints professional defensive holding or illegal contact. In that category, all three of the categories, how many fouls? Jacksonville has done 0. Well, I would say it has a lot to do with the way Dennis Allen played.
Kiwi strawberry. I got to go to the store tomorrow. Shit is like right on the brink of being like completely frozen, but not. That's when you know it's perfect. ETN. Oh, big hit at the knees. Well, because the coaches are stupid. We already know that, they both need to be replaced. The offensive line is a big weakness, and then coaching and the offensive coordinator, Rick Carmichael and Allen. It's not Sean Payton. You guys deserve greatness. I'm a Buck fan saying this. You guys deserve the Sean Payton treatment, not whatever this bullshit is. ETN. Oh, almost to that first down marker. The thing is that, yes, there was a time where Taysom Hill would fumble and Taysom Hill would throw interceptions. But once you've seen what you're getting out of Carr and you know that you have a better chance to win with Taysom, then you just go with it. Unless you're trying to tank without saying you're tanking to get the better draft pick next year. And they know if they put in Taysom, they have a better chance to win. Like if you go with Jameis, he's going to fuck up and lose you games, but he'll also score you more points and be more exciting. So at the end of the day, if you're going to lose no matter what, would you rather be excited when you lose, or would you rather just be like, you're not even watching the game because they can't even score? Like a lot of Saints fans quit watching. They're not even watching the Saints. They're like, I can't watch this team. Even diehards. Because you got spoiled with that Drew Brees and Sean Payton era. 10-3 Stros. Big stop. Love defense. 3-1 Kraken. Nice. Hell yeah. Who scored the third goal? I should turn it on. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Saints defense, baby.
People don't always know how to ask for help, but I believe if
Lovie Smith? No, Lovie Smith can't coach anymore. No, you wouldn't want Lovie Smith. You need elite. You know, you like elite, like a Dan Campbell, you know, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay. Like, imagine if McVay left the Rams and came to the Saints. You guys would be a fucking powerhouse. Like, awesome defense, and then he'll make your offense amazing. You know, like, that's what you guys need. You guys need a fucking Sean McVay. You bring Sean McVay to any motherfucking team, and they'll fucking blow up. They'll turn into either a Super Bowl team or they'll be a very, very good team in a few years. Maddie, nice. There we go, Kraken. I just threw up the photo, and then he's like, oh, O-Dog put up the photo of me. Goal. Fuck yeah, we're due for a win. Let's go. Yeah, Lovie Smith ain't good enough, man. And I wouldn't be hiring any fucking coordinator either. You know, you need a special type of person to change the vibe of the team. Like, if you want to be a hard ass, you know, get Jim Harbaugh to leave Michigan and come to the Saints. You want a guru, you try to get like a Kyle Shanahan or a Sean McVay or a Mike McDaniel. Like, guys that are different. You can tell by the play calling, you know, and they make players better based on their schemes. You know, not everyone is going to be a Mike McDaniel or a Sean McVay or a fucking Kyle Shanahan. You know, they're very, very rare. You know, and if you don't get a coach like that, then I want someone who's fucking real. Like the guy that I'm going to ride or die for. He's never going to lie to me, and he's going to work out and do the drills with the players like Dan Campbell. So if you're not going to have the schemes up here, give me 100% heart. And if you give me that, that's when you know that the Detroit Lions are the real fucking deal. Guys like that. You know, real recognizes real, or you have the intelligence to be able to get the advantage in the play calling with like Sean McVay or a Kyle Shanahan, who are fucking brilliant. I mean, the guys have 20 to 30 words for one play like Gruden used to do. I mean, if you're an idiot, you're not being able to handle that offense. You know, like, you really need to understand terminology. Football isn't for a bunch of dumb jocks. Like, some people have to be so smart to be able to run shit on offense and defense. First down and 10, 24-16, Jaguars. Shotgun set. There we go. There we go. First down, MT13. Move the chains. Overrated, dog shit. No one, he's terrible. He's a coordinator, not a head coach. There's not one team that would hire him to be their coach after this. Floater. Yes! There we go, baby. There we go. Just got to pick up the phone, baby. When we say something, listen. Let's go. Yeah. Oh! Touchdown, Saints. But it did look like he was out of bounds, though. But I'll still throw up the photo. Michael Thomas, MT13. Momentum is a motherfucker, ain't it? Let's look at the feet again. Wow, nice tutty. That is a touchdown. Let's go. Oh, as a Buck fan, I should hate this player, but I don't. I kind of feel sorry for him with all the injuries that he's had. You know, fuck all that slant boy bullshit slander. I like him. He's not my favorite. There we go. Like, I like AK and Taysom Hill more, but I don't hate him. Yeah. There we go. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I just got to give those nice words of encouragement. You feel me? Let's go. Let's go. Is that, oh, doggy dog? I was like, we might be able to go to OT. And they're like, oh, we can? Yes, you can. Let's go. Sometimes you just got to believe, and you just got to get into a zone where, you got to be able to have more than one good drive a game. Golly. You're the fucking Nolans Saints, for Christ's sake. And that's what it was. You had all dog shit drives, right? And you had one good one, finally, at the end of the game. But now you're right there. Where, like, imagine if the Saints win this game and you didn't watch, right? And you're just like, oh, the Saints won. Jags are overrated or whatever. Like, the flow of this football game is back and forth. And, anybody can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. And even if the Saints somehow win this game, people wouldn't believe you that turned it off and went to sleep already. That left the stadium, turned it off when they were at their friend's house. Then they'll go look on Twitter X, in about 30 minutes and realize the Saints came back and won if they win. But I still think the Jags are a top 4 team in the AFC, even if they do lose this game with Uncle Mo with the Saints. I really like what Jacksonville's doing this year. Nice job, Nolans, to make this game as good as I thought it was going to be on paper. For real, though. And they had to put the Aussie on there because they know I like it. That's my favorite. Dun, 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 dun. What's good, brother? Brother. New world order. For life, brother. Oh, yeah. Do you like how my ESP, when I told you that your team was held by Josh Allen, Run CMC, Christian McCaffrey, and Devontae Adams, and then all of a sudden after I said it, all 3 of them are questionable and injured now? I'm telling you, dude, the force is real with me, dude. The ESP is very strong, Jay. The sports gods are tapped into my brain. It's one thing if that injuries would have happened like a month from now, but to like literally happen right after that, you're still going to be awesome, but you're very, very top heavy. I don't wish all 3 of your guys being hurt, but that is kind of ironic. 2nd down and 7 after being 5-0 too. 24-24 Jags, but you're still one of the teams that can win the championship, like with Reflect. So you guys are doing great this year. Go, go, go. Look at Trevor run. Look at Trevor go. First down, Jacksonville. ESP all day, every day. Take notes. Multiple times every game. Michael with a 5er. He said, I finally can watch this motherfucker. I can watch this game. There we go. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Let me know what you want for photos during the commercial break, and I got you. I got to make a donut before something bad happens. For real. I don't know, man. I was actually watching a thing too when they were talking about like spiritual gifts and like people that are chosen, and like the type of personalities that people have when they get chosen by something other than that we can understand. Great play calling. I would like to see the Saints run something like that with like Rashid Shaheed. Let's make it not vanilla. Let's open up the playbook a little. I'm doing okay, man. How are you? I'm just grinding every day. Reaction videos, baseball, basketball, football, and complete. The momentum has shifted. Uncle Mo is 100% in Nolans. All right, Mo is sitting on the couch here at the house. He's got his shirt off, right? He's got a 40, right? Got some wine off to the corner, right? And then he's got po' boys, 2 of them on his stomach, right? Got a little pot of gumbo, right in the kitchen. Things are looking pretty spicy right now. 24-24. You got to fight the momentum. Let's look to see if the Jags can fight this momentum as a top 4 team in the AFC. Shotgun set. Trevor, 7-step drop, going deep. And complete. Great defense by the Saints. Did you have any other options besides Ridley? You don't want to play against good defenses, especially if Lattimore is going to be lining up on Ridley, or even if it's someone else, even like like Paulson Adebo. Saints defense is good. Fantasy sometimes, like I have a decision this weekend to play Mike Evans, right, who hasn't done very good the last 2 games after scoring 3 touchdowns in the first 3, getting like 7 or 8 points. And they have the 5th hardest matchup against the Falcons. He's projected for about 15 or 16. Or I can go with Hollywood Brown with the best matchup in fantasy for wide receiver, the Seahawks. They've given up the most points to wide receivers this season. Number 32, Green, the best of the best. He's projected for like 13.9 or 14.9. So it's like a 1-point difference. Who do I trust? Normally I trust maybe Mike Evans a little more. If he does bad, maybe he'll get an 8, but he can get a 25. Hollywood Brown maxes out at 17, but he hit like a 8 or a 9, and then 4 17s in a row besides last week, but he gets like 10 targets a game like Mike Evans. So it's like, what do you do? Most people would go with Mike, but I may go Hollywood because of the matchup. Even if it wasn't Green 32, if it was Green, maybe I go Hollywood for this week and give him an opportunity to earn his stripes on my fantasy team. You feel me? So sometimes you got to get away from the popular name, Mike Evans, and go with Hollywood Brown because the matchup is better against the Seahawks, against the, obviously Atlanta Falcons and Mike Evans. It's a little tougher. But Mike Evans could still throw up 20 to 30, but if you're doing it statistically speaking, you have a better chance of Hollywood going off, and maybe having his best game of the season, even though they'll probably lose the game to the Seahawks, but maybe Hollywood has a good game. Fantasy. Taysom, 4:20 left. I don't know. The thing is, though, just because a matchup is red doesn't mean that they can't hit. I've had all red on almost all my whole team, and I've still been able to throw up 130 to 180. So it's like you can still have red matchups and do amazing. Oh, avoids a sack lunch. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Oh, good defense. Now the Jags are going to have a chance. Great defensive call right there. And now Carr is hurt. He insert Taysom. Injured. O-Dog sent the injury gods to go to Carr, but not to be season ending, just to get your ass out of the game so the Saints can compete for the rest of the season. Taysom with a little bit of Jameis. Taysom with a little bit of Jameis. I mean, Carr's boring. I mean, I thought he was kind of boring on the Raiders. I mean, if we're talking boring quarterback, golly, I want Jameis Winston rather than Carr. That's saying something. Because I know he'll fuck up, but he'll actually make some big 50-yard bombs for touchdowns that will get me out of my seat. Yeah. Again, I'm usually pretty good at fantasy. I'll fuck up from time to time. I've never finished lower than 3rd in any league I've ever done, which I can't say for anyone else I've ever met. Sometimes you do shitty. You have a bad draft, but I've done paid leagues of up to $150 buy-in. I've done ones that have been, 50. I've done ones that are free. We do the channel for the YouTube channel. We've been doing it now for about 5-6 years, and sometimes you fuck up. Or sometimes when your team is so good and you got so many good options at running back and wide receiver, you choose the fucking guy that you think is going to go off, and the guy on your bench throws up a 40 or 50, like a DJ Moore, But luckily I didn't have DJ Moore, and that didn't happen to me. But 24-24. But I feel pretty good. Like, I feel that I'm first place in the league. I got the most points. I've given up the least. Reflect has a roster that overall is just as good as mine, if not better. That's the person that will most likely win the league. The only way I'm going to win the league is that if I can get good production out of my running backs. So I got Mahomes. And then at running back, I had Montgomery and Ramondre Stevenson. I got rid of Ramondre Stevenson. Probably should have kept him, but I got rid of him. I got fed up with him. And then Shep picked him up. Then I usually will go with David Montgomery and Ramondre, and then I had to, obviously navigate. So I have Jalen Warren that I have to pray that gives me 10 to 12 points, and then I picked up McLaughlin, and I'm thinking against Green Bay I could probably get somewhere between 8 to 12, and that'll be good enough for me to win. And then I got Amon-Ra St. Brown, I got Mike Evans, I got Keenan Allen at flex, I got Mark Andrews and Sam Laporta, I got Bills D and Maher, and I set myself up for next week on my bench. So I'll read that again. Mahomes, Jalen Warren, McLaughlin. So my running backs are Bootios. But if they get me 10 to 12 points each, it's a win. And then I got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Evans, Keenan Allen. So I'm very wide receiver heavy. And I have Jay Jetta on IR, and I'm still winning. Then I got Mark Andrews and Bills D and Maher. So, and then on my bench, I got Rashad White from the Bucks, David Montgomery hurt, Justin Jefferson hurt, Sam Laporta, Hollywood Brown, and then I got CJ Stroud, Jets D, and Fairbairn as my kicker. So if you look at my team, the strategies are different. I have 2 quarterbacks, 2 defenses, and 2 kickers because those are important to me. Reflect has 1 quarterback, 1 defense, and 1 kicker. And he's got like 7, 8, 9 running backs. So it's a different type of strategy. So if Mahomes gets injured or plays like shit, I have CJ Stroud. After the Bills D, I got the Jets D, right? So I know I got 2 top 5 defenses, and I got 2 top 5 kickers in Maher and Fairbairn. So I look at the strategy of I'm going to beat you by getting more points with my defense and my kicker and my tight end. And I'm going to level up on either wide receiver or running back each year. One year, I'll have heavy running backs. Last year, I had Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb, 3 out of the top 4 running backs in the NFL, and I went 13-1. So, but this year, I decided to go wide receiver heavy, and the running backs that I did get didn't really do a whole lot until Montgomery obviously got hurt. So as long as I have Montgomery as my 1, and then I can find someone to fill in. Rashad White, if it's not you, sit the fuck down, and I'll use Jalen Warren or McLaughlin or somebody on the wire just so that I can get hopefully 15 points once in a while. And if I do that, then I might be able to win. But Reflect's team has got all the running backs. So not only is he rotating, but he's also blocking. And if you look at his roster, it's exactly how I would do my roster if I did mine last year. And that's why he's got a good record, and he is the biggest threat to me not winning the Super Bowl for the fantasy football. But I went, but if I had my normal team, my team would look like Mahomes, David Montgomery, probably Jalen Warren, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jay Jetta, and then Keenan Allen or Mike Evans at flex. So I'm super deep. Mark Andrews or Sam Laporta, and then obviously 2 top 5 defenses, Bills or Jets, Maher or Fairbairn. And I always change my players, every fucking week. And there's like a player that I fall in love with, and I try to grab him. Like the reason Fairbairn is good is that CJ Stroud can only get an offense so close. So if they're getting opportunities, I know I'm going to get a lot of field goals. And he's actually one of the top 2 kickers, based off made attempts and actually, getting, the good points each week, 8 or more. Because the thing is, if a quarterback gets hurt for Reflect, or if he has to get a new kicker or defense, he'll be able to get some here and there, but you probably won't be able to get top 5. And that's what I go for. I try to find as many top 5 players to get on my roster. And if you actually look at me and Reflect's team and you hit on the tab and look at scoring, our teams are by far the best. Like if you look at the position ranks of the players we have, we are demolishing every other team in the league based off that analytic. 2nd down and 8. Trevor. Check down. Christian Kirk. Go. Nice stiff arm. Go. Touchdown, Jaguars. That was unacceptable. How does that happen? Wow. I mean, now you can go to overtime, and stuff, but you should have tackled them at the 20, let alone at the 15, let alone at the 10. Poor effort, and you let them skate in for like a fucking 45-yard touchdown? What the fuck? Little drag route, stop and go, right? Let me hit you with a little cross. Look at this. Wow, took a little shake and bake to Tyrann Mathieu. Can't call him Honey Badger no more. 31-24. Yeah, but most people don't go to the extreme like you where you're hoarding the running backs. We had another person in the league last year that had that same strategy. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good. But then the only risk you have is that if there's not a good quarterback, if Jalen Hurts goes down, that you could be fucked. Like if Jalen goes down with a season-ending injury, you're fucked. Compared to some of the others in the league that might be able to get by you, even though you got amazing 7 or 8 running backs. And what a luxury. Like you got running back 1, running back 2, flexed, and then for whatever reason, if you want to put in the other 3 or 4, you have the option because all of them are starters. all of them have potential to get 10 to 40 points. That's you know, you got to be hella smart, but you were very active on the wire in the first 3 weeks, and you were able to scoop up sleepers like Ford, which you may never use, but you're blocking someone like me that would be in my lineup, you know, and if I had that, that would be an edge to beat you. So, you know, I got wide receivers heavy, but I also, no one else in the league has got their number one pick on IR. I'm the only one. So I got Justin Jefferson that normally gets me 21 to 45 points, and I got nothing. So, you know, thank God I got Mike Evans and Amon-Ra and Keenan Allen, but Mike Evans ain't cutting it. You know, he ain't cutting it. I need the 3 superstars, not superstar for 3 weeks and dog shit for the last 2. And I got Hollywood Brown, but he caps out at 17. I need someone that can get me 20 to 50 points at wide receiver. Mike Evans, you know, sometimes, you know, maybe, but he ain't no fucking Jay Jetta. I mean, I'm missing out a lot of goddamn points. Jay Jetta for O-Dog, 24, 25, 28, 27. And then when he got hurt, 5. Fuck out of here. I could use those 27 points. There we go. First down, Saints Taysom Hill, baby. Yeah, and you can find defenses here and there. Some people, you know, will have 1. Some will have 2. Every once in a while, I'll carry 3, but it just depends on how I feel. And then kickers, I usually will do 1 or 2 because I don't like to be able to search for 1. Like if I look ahead on the schedule and I notice the Bills have a tough opponent and the Jets are on a bye and they play the Giants next week, I'm already going to get 10 points next week or more. Why would I wait for that to show up on the wire for one of you guys to steal that from me when I can get it a week ahead? That's how you win in fantasy. I'm always 1 or 2 weeks ahead looking to see what my weaknesses are, and I throw that shit on the bench. So it's like I might sacrifice maybe getting someone I could play right away or a filler, but if I'm looking ahead, it's helping me shape my team long term. That's how you finish in the top 3 every year. And I did that with Fairbairn. You know, because Maher's got the Cowboys and it's a number 1 matchup. And I did Maher against the Niners and he only put up a 2 when it was a red, number 2 hardest matchup. So I ain't going to do that again. Maher plays the Cowboys. I'm benching him. Then I got Fairbairn in there and I know that I can get 8 to 15 out of him. So based on how that offense is going. Thinking ahead. But I wish I had Jay Jetta. You don't understand. I guess I could have picked like Christian McCaffrey, but, you know, he's hurt now too. So. Lions and the Ravens. Chargers and Chiefs. Oh, baby. In the game of the week, Dolphins, Eagles. And we assume that they're going to do more, push, the read option, RPO. You know, they're going to have different styles of running plays. You know, the power eye. You know, they're going to go old school on Miami to try to slow the game down to avoid them having the ball in their hands. I assume that's the flow of the game. But we will probably get some good points in the game. That's a cool one. That could be like a Super Bowl matchup this year or one day. 2 of the top 5 teams in the NFL right now, Dolphins and the Eagles. Yeah, they do. If you get the right one on the right time, or if you get a dominant one, you know, defenses and kickers. Like go back and look at some of the other people in our league. Sometimes you can get 35 points out of your kicker and your defense, and if that happens, you win 99% of the time, regardless of what happens above you. 35 because you know your opponent probably got 10, maybe 15, maybe 8, 4. If they had a bad kicker and a bad defense, you get 35 points out of your kicker and your D, you win 99% of the time. So I know that. I've had it happen to me. So, and that's why I always rotate. I don't just keep one defense all year. I rotate throughout the year. Sometimes there'll be one I keep, I let go, I get it back, I get a new one. I get the Browns, I drop them. I get the Jets, I drop them. I get the Bucks, I drop them. And I just keep going. I'm like picking fruit, I'm trying to find the best fruit. I do that with kickers too. But ultimately, if I have 2 top 5 in fantasy, I hang on to them. Top 5 kickers, I got 2 of them. Top 5 defenses, I got 2 of them. You don't think that's going to help me out? You know it's going to. 4-1 cracking. That's what I love to hear. 4-1 cracking. That's what I love to hear. Bang, bang. Thank you. $2 holla. Second down and 10. $5 holla. There we go, Olave. Super sticker. Bang, bang, bang. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bang, bang, baby. You guys are the goats. I appreciate you. And I promise you, all the people that are loyal, right? Once things like get a big, you guys are going to get rewarded so heavy from me because honesty, loyalty, respect means everything to me in my life. So when things get really, really, really good, you're going to fucking knock on your door, look down, and you're going to see some amazing shit gifted from me. Believe that. Yeah, Aubrey for the Cowboys. I know because I spy on your team. I know everyone that you have on your roster. I spy on all of y'all. I'm 007. Pass incomplete. I know it's a top 3 kicker, and I know the name because I spy on all you guys' teams. Nobody does that. You know, I'm looking ahead. Who you guys playing? Who do you have on your weakest bye week? When you have all your people on your weakest moment, who are you playing? You know, normal fantasy football players don't do that. I'm on the wire every day. I'm on that bitch 4 hours a day, every day. 31-24 Jaguars. Shotgun set. Carr, get rid of it. Oh, my God, he's lucky. How do you avoid that sack lunch? If that was Juwan Johnson in there, it's a touchdown. Carr is hurt. Yeah, God damn it. Can we block for me? Damn it. We're not on the Raiders. At least they block for me. Like, dude, he's hanging on to football way too long. He's going to get fucking hit hard, too. Like, Josh Allen at linebacker is a fucking beast. You would not want to, like, match up and square up with that guy at the bar. Guy is huge, fast, powerful, crazy. 3rd and goal. So if it's 3rd and goal and you want to win the game, right, and you're going to go for it, you put in Taysom Hill at quarterback both plays. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I can coach this team to a victory. I can get us to overtime, and then it's up to, you know, the Saints to get, you know, their job done. Okay? But ultimately, if you want to know something, that's it. You want to be able to win this game or go into overtime, at least not look like an asshole, and come in here and at least make the Saint fan base somewhat happy. Taysom Hill at quarterback the next 2 plays. That gives yourself the best chance analytically and statistically speaking and faith that you're going to win. Now, can Carr throw a touchdown pass? Of course. Of course he can. But I trust Taysom Hill in the play calling more. Let's see. It might have to be an individual effort for Michael Thomas or Olave or possibly Rashid Shaheed. 3rd and goal. Shotgun set. Carr.
So close, yeah. Perfectly timed. The execution is there. The one hitch.
What happened to my hands? What happened? Damn, if that was Juwan Johnson, that's a touchdown, Saints. And I just said that because I know what they're thinking, but you have to have personnel that you believe in, not Fabian Moreau. Juwan Johnson. Golly. 4th and goal. Shotgun set, blitz coming, floater, incomplete. Almost intercepted. Stupid. Put me in, coach. Hell, I can coach this team better than the Saints organization can. Boo! And it's not like I'm saying anything that not anyone else is thinking. Every Saint fan is thinking, you know what? Having Taysom in the game at quarterback would give us the best chance in the last 2 plays. It's not like Elliott and fucking Calvin disagree because I know that's exactly what they're thinking too. You know, Not all football fans are going to think alike, but if I can dive deep into the shoes of a fan of the Saints, and I've been watching the film, it's very clear you're not going to get it done this way. Fucking Buster Brown, which is like the typical jobber name, Buster Brown. You don't go to Fabian Monroe there. You go to a guy like Juwan Johnson. You can't go to a player like that in that type of situation. It's a little bit of bad luck, but it's also, it's knowing your team and the scheme and what they're going to do. And I watch so much film, I kind of get the idea of like what the offensive coordinator is going to maybe do. And then if I can like get into his head, then I can predict shit by saying it here on the stream. And, Taysom Hill, like you've already seen that. Okay, you're very shaky with Carr. Taysom gives you the best chance with the football in his hands to be a better decision maker, whether throwing it or running it himself. Let him make the decision. Let him be the Justin Fields. Like if you had no trust last year, whatever, this is a different year and Carr is not playing very well. It's one thing to go ahead of Jameis, but again, you have three different types of quarterbacks, and it's very clear one gives you a chance to win every game. The other two do not. Hell, at this point, I would rather see Jameis Winston playing. And I think Carr normally is like a top 15 quarterback, but with this team, it's not a good fit. His decision-making, the offensive line not being good, him not being good, the head coach and the coordinator not being good, all of that sucks. But Carr will get a chunk of that blame because he's the face of the offense. The O-line deserves a lot of blame. The coaching and the OC, but what the fans are going to do are going to be like, fuck Carr, especially the dumb ones. They're going to say Carr first. They're not going to blame the line or the coaching. The dumb ones will say Carr, but 5-2 record, best start since 2007. O-Dog says top 4 team in the AFC, and it is real. And the Saints are who we thought they were. Yeah. 100%. If I was going to do a ranking on it, I would do coaching, coaching, play calling, offensive line, Carr, and based on how each one is fucking up, like making my life a hell watching shit football, right? And the Saints fans going through hell. The red zone offense is one of the worst in the NFL. And that's not me saying it as a hater. That's just me, we're agreeing with each other. We know how bad it is. Carr doesn't have the ability to go above and beyond. He needs help. Carr is like a player like Cousins where they need good supporting cast to be good. They're not good enough even at 10, 11, 12, 13 in the NFL, right? Back in, past years, you're not good enough to carry a team like a LeBron. The only guys that can do that typically are going to be the guys that are in the top 4, which is going to be Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and Joe Burrow. Those guys can carry, but even a single guy typically can't will you to a victory. You still need O-line, D-line coaching and play calling. So, yeah, frustrating. Yeah, seriously. Carr cannot do 2 or 3 reads. It's like impossible for him. It's like doing some fucking insane math problem. It's like way too difficult. Looks at one read, stares it down, throws it. And then when he does get to a second, when he gets there, the throw is terrible. It's nowhere even near. Like 5 yards in front, of Chris Olave. What am I supposed to do with that? How is Olave supposed to stop and then jump forward like he's diving into a fucking pool? It's not going to happen. Or it's overthrown 20 yards. Nice win, Toby. Top 5 team in the NFL. Top 4 team in the AFC. And they could be as high as number 2. In my opinion. Like I said that before the game even started, I think the Dolphins right now, even if they lose to the Eagles, we'll see how bad they lose. But for now, before the game, we'll go Dolphins, and then you got Chiefs and you got Jags, or you can even put Jags ahead of the Chiefs. So I like the balance on the Jags more than I do on the Chiefs. But again, the Dolphins more than likely will lose in Philadelphia. And then the Dolphins hype will go down a tick. And then we'll be talking about the Chiefs and the Jags and the Dolphins. And we'll keep rearranging the order from 1, 2, and 3. Same thing with the NFC, rearranging between Lions and Niners and Eagles. And then we'll see if there is another team that can join the party. But to me, I don't think there's another team that has balance like the three teams in the NFC or the Jags. So you're not going to see another team join necessarily. I think there are going to be teams like Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Bucks. We can all win 10 or 11 games, but we're probably not going to win more than one, even if we do. And chances are we would lose in the first round, depending on who we were matched up with. Unless it was like reflect matching up with Seattle Seahawks and Detroit, you could be the one team in the NFC to actually upset someone, because Tampa's not, Packers aren't, Cowboys aren't. So it would have to be you. But if you don't play the Lions, then it's not going to happen, unless you get incredibly, amazing performance against the Niners or the Eagles, which I guess it could happen. I mean, if you get to the dance, it could happen to Seattle, Tampa Bay, Cowboys or Packers, but they don't have complete teams. And anytime I see a team that gets hot at the end of the year, but is not complete, they always have those chinks in the armor and the flat tires at the worst moment, and then you lose. So, but we'll see, But I do like a lot of our teams being playoff teams, where we're in the mix and whatnot. And that's all you can really ask for. Get in the dance, see if you can get hot and healthy. The person that has the best record, it doesn't matter. And if you're hot and healthy, anything can happen. Even as a wild card, you can go all the way. All right, what do you guys want to do for photos for the people that donated? Comment below, let me know, and I can get some photos for you. And sometimes it gets to a point where it does get a little shocking saying the Lions are really good or the Jags are really good. It almost is like taboo. Like we feel weird saying it because normally the teams aren't good. They're terrible, or they may have been good for a little bit and they gone down this like terrible slope of being shitty forever. So it's like when teams get good, it's kind of exciting. I get more excited about it than most people because I don't like seeing people suffer in real life or in teams or fan bases. I like to see people win. I like to see people, get their goals and make shit happen for themselves or for their family or their life, and it's nice to be able to see teams that we normally would consider okay or, bad to, wow, look at the Lions, look at the Jack, pretty good, like kind of fun to watch, If it happens to your team and you lose, like the Saints fans right now, they don't like this, but you can tell the Jags moving forward are going to be really fun to watch. They're especially if Etienne and Trevor Lawrence can keep balling. They're going to have themselves a little Burrow, Jamar Chase bromance this year together. Very cool to see people rise to the occasion. I love it. Judah. All right, brother. I hope so. Do you want me to call him? I'll call him and let him know. I'll let him know Calvin and O-Dog got a meeting. We need to break this down in the meeting room, in the war room. Yeah. But you still have players, to make plays. Your roster isn't as, lower or depleted as like the Panthers. So, I mean, like I said, imagine if the offense was clicking. You guys would have scored like fucking 50 points. The offense looked like shit and you put up 24. Think about that for a second. Your offense looked like dog shit besides one drive all game, and you got to 24 points. So you got to look at it on that angle too. 3 Dara. Let me know what you want for pictures. Chief Will. Thank you, bro. Brother. Me too. I love seeing. Normally for me it was Jags, Jets, Lions every year since I was like little. Jags, Jets, Lions, and then every time I see a team do good, like when they had Blake Bortles, the shit lasted only like a year, and then they went down to being shitty again. It was like 1 or 2 years of being kind of good, and then obviously when they first came in with like Mark Brunell, I was like, woo, this is kind of cool, a little Mark Brunell action.
That was an incredible play. You know what? They have been getting man-to-man coverage the entire game. They finally found the matchup. They got a matchup with Christian Kirk and all his speed and Tyrann Mathieu, and they took advantage of it. That was a great play.
Second straight game with a touchdown to Christian Kirk.
Yeah, let's throw up some McCole Hardman for Chief. That will help. I mean, that's not going to help everything, but that's definitely going to help if he can stay healthy. But that's the problem. Can he stay healthy? If not, then it's just a wasted spot. But I do like the move. Sometimes when people leave, it's dumb. Like Bobby Wagner going to the Rams. Why did you go? It's a business. I get it. But it just like he looked weird over there. It's like I always envisioned Bobby Wagner with the Seahawks. He didn't play bad for them. He played pretty good. But just going back home felt right, even if I'm not a Seahawk fan. And I know that. Bobby Wagner on the Rams is just ridiculous. It was like a rental. Go and stay in Seattle. Let's work it out. And then, certain players deserve to be their whole career or most of their career in one place if they choose so. And if the organization wants to do that,
Sometimes it's frustrating to be over there waiting for your play, but this team came together over there 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. And I think that can't be understated.
You mean for chemistry, right? Yeah.
Getting to know each other and really starting to gel as a team right here. But I'm talking about Trevor Lawrence. Just on the knee injury. I mean, he let it.
No Taylor Swift, though, bro. No Taylor Swift photos.
That is a short week to come out. We got to see him up close and personal. We talked about him. We were kind of giving him a little bit of business before the game, saying maybe he is. And I will say this. The way I'll say this. I think the sky's the limit for this guy, but it's still a process. It isn't complete yet. He's got a lot of playmakers around him, but I will never question this guy's heart. The way he comes out there, it showed me a lot for him to come out with this injury with that knee brace and then come out and scramble and make plays with his legs. I think the world he had a good game too. I think so too. There's a lot of upside, a lot of things to be positive. But like we said in the preview, turnovers and some of those things, he's in the first part of the game, but then he kind of disappeared. And he still seems struggling a little bit with man-to-man coverage. It just seems like, for whatever reason, Trevor Lawrence this season, it's just off. And you want to see him progress there to really hit that next level where, hey, there's not this one coverage the defense can play and say, all right, we can slow this offense down if we can do this. And what you will say is that when he was struggling, he understood that. He didn't put the ball in harm's way. He ran the football when they needed to have it. He said, hey, I'm struggling from the pocket. I'm not getting the ball where I need to, so I'm not going to take those risks. And you got to give him credit for that. When he had the opportunity, he had the matchup he wanted, they got a touchdown out of it. Give credit to him and Christian Kirk.
And you see what Doug Peterson's been able to do with it, right? I mean, all the struggles that he had year one, of course, with Urban Meyer at the helm, and then comes in the turnaround that he's had.
Yeah, I would say that.
We've seen him, of course, with so much expectation, being that first round pick. He has the intangible.
Sammy Watkins, Dwayne Bowe with a little DeAnthony Thomas. All in one. Got to throw DeAnthony in there because sometimes Rice has that little burst where you're like, whoa, I didn't know you were that fast. Certain guys, are slow. Certain guys have medium speed, but certain guys will they hit the speed burst and you'll see them with that little burst that will surprise you. I feel Rice is that guy. But that's sad when if Rice ends up being, one of those guys, it just shows you the lack of depth at wide receiver. You need a true number one. You got away with it for so many years, but at some point in Mahomes' career, you're going to need a Mike Evans there, and once you have that, then you guys will take off again. I got you, bro. I always got you, brother.
I love that. We talked about it back there. Is that you see him, he's the epitome of the guy. You find an angle and
Old school Nick Bolton with the old jersey.
And Trevor Lawrence and Foye Oluokun will join us on set in just a minute. We're in the locker room. The Jacks fans don't go anywhere. They're not anywhere. This group right here. It's worth mentioning too that those 4 straight wins for this one being in London. All right, so let's turn our attention
I think it's cool when the fans can get excited about their quarterback and, excited about the organization. Most people will see that and just start talking shit and being a hater, but I love it, man. Especially if you don't realize what it's like to be a Jaguar fan. If you were like worst in the league 2 years in a row and you're diehard, that must have been fucking soul crushing, but sometimes if you got the right coaches and the right coordinators and the right ownership at the right time, you can make a mistake by getting Urban Meyer, correct it, and get Dougie P. And then now you got something special brewing there in Jacksonville, aka Saxonville, baby.
200 yards of offense for him. We will talk to the leading quarterback, his defensive counterpart in the second. They join us here.
But it shouldn't really be that much of a surprise. Like when you saw Trevor Lawrence in college, we already knew that, he was the one that was going to pan out for sure. You don't dominate at junior high, high school, and college like that and end up being typically a complete bust. It may take you a while to get there, but, he's been pretty steady as a top 14 quarterback since he came in, and a lot of times 10 through 15. But pretty soon we're going to get to a point where we're going to be like, Trevor Lawrence is a top 10 quarterback, and we can't like argue with anybody. Like, yep, he's number 9 or he's number 8, and it's like we still need more, and he's young, but you can kind of see like the progression each year. Maybe they get a little bit further, get a little bit better, and you see the potential there.
Make it count. This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Biosa, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Biosa,
I'll hit you with a new.
hot flashes.
I'll hit you with a new, and I'll get Megan some photos too. If she wants some cracking.
Hot flashes, day and night. For some women, it can start working in as early as 1 week.
Shit. It almost makes you go back in time. Like a lot of times you say Dwayne Bowe, but you don't really remember what he looks like. And then you're like, oh shit. Like, like the frame, face, the speed, like, and then you can start like replaying Madden or college football or, certain memories that you have from back in that time period with those players. Like when he was the best receiver on the team. I mean, I've been watching you guys since Christian Okoye and Derek Thomas. So it's like, I've watched the birth of the Chiefs, pretty much from being, Super Bowl champs a long, long time ago. But most of the fan base didn't know what it was like to win. And then slowly and progressively getting better and better. And then getting blessed with Alex Smith and then going to Patrick Mahomes. But the biggest blessing was Andy Reid. Because without Andy Reid, then nothing happens. For real, he would drop a 2-yard slant, and then it would be like a 65-yard up and go, or post, and he would like be diving and catch it with like 2 hands, like Superman. He'd be like, "What the hell just happened?" And yeah, I totally agree.
That is strong.
Top 3 coach in football. Boom shakalaka. A lot of people have him at number 1. Very good. And you can't be just like, well, it's, he's got Mahomes and Kelsey. Well, I mean, he went to 4 NFC championship games in a row with Donovan McNabb and a Super Bowl with T.O. I would say that's a pretty damn good resume for the Eagles and the Chiefs. Top 3, no question.
Especially coming down to the end there. Feels good to win, especially all week long. On the short week, obviously,
Yeah. And that's why it's good to be a fan of multiple teams and to be able to follow people's journeys, so that way I can really appreciate, what I'm seeing, not just reading it or watching a video, but like actually understanding what I'm seeing. And like this guy's resume is like literally the best resume, because Belichick obviously has like the cheating and whatnot, right? But besides Belichick, you would have to say this is the most decorated, guy, within the last 20 years. And I really do like his personality. He's real. He's smart, but the best part about him is he's real. And that's the biggest difference, like people will play hard and they respect him, and then he has good relationships. You can tell the people that have good relationships with their players and the guys that don't. And he does. Oh, I do remember Eric Fisher, your favorite. That was the draft where they picked O-lineman back to back.
As we got going, just a lot of confidence there, not talking to each other, and just trusted ourselves that whatever the coach going to put us in, we can make it.
Chiefs' favorite player. Eric Fisher. Just like Robert Gallery from Sarah's, Iowa. Like so much expectations, You're like, oh my God, this guy's going to be so good. And then they're just not, Not everyone can be Orlando Pace. Not everyone can be Jonathan Ogden. Like when I think about football players on the line, I think about guys like that. Like the Hall of Fame tackles and guards, like Luke Jokel. I was waiting for you to say it. It's crazy. Like, no shit. Like, with all the sports knowledge that I have in my brain, right? I'm going to forget shit. I'm not going to remember everything. How the fuck did I remember that? You know what I mean? Like that one random piece of information when the Fisher, and then there was two that went back to back. Offensive linemen never go back to back, but maybe that's why I remembered it. But that particular draft, you would have to have remembered one or two of those names. I don't think we've actually had an offensive line since then, have we?
Boy, I want to talk about the fans chanting your name. I didn't know, like, if you feel that, especially
and coincidentally, Fisher played for the Colts, Sarah's team, and your team. It's funny how that works out.
You played some running back in your day.
I was really little receiver. Started in the running back in Little League, so kind of the instincts just kicked in and hesitated, bounced it, get to the end zone, let's go.
Yeah. You guys, as I mentioned, 5-2 for the first time since 2007. Won 10 of your last 12 games dating back to last season. Of course, well documented what you guys have been through the last few years. So, Trevor, for you in particular, to be able to turn this thing around and really heading in the right direction.
Megan, you still in the room?
Sort of what's happened over the last 12 games dating back to last year.
Just belief throughout the whole team.
I'm gonna throw up some cracking photos.
Staff, sports staff. I think that's what you're seeing in the confidence that we're playing with. We got the right guys. We got a locker room full of great guys. Like
oh, nice. I got a brand new Yamamoto. Just debuted. Sometimes you got to wait for more games to be played for shit to be able to be found. So awesome. Now I don't have to use the Edmonton one. I can use the brand new one that just came out today or very recently within the last few hours. Let's go. Hell yeah. All good, man. I got you no matter what. I got you, my son.
You guys are kind enough to join us on set, but I want to take the audience at home into your locker room and experience some of the fun that they're having in there after the victory.
never gets old. This does not get old, man. Right? Winning is contagious. Winning is contagious. Get it in your blood. There's something about it. Right? It makes you want to do just a little bit more. Okay? And we saw it again in this football game. Right? Offense, boom, we got the touchdown. Defense, we got the stop. Special teams, we got the fourth down. playing.
Duval. I love it, man. Like I said, I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers guy, but I like seeing the Jets do better. Once they get their quarterback, they'll get that figured out. But I mean, I've always liked to root for the worst. That's just who I am. It's in my DNA. I don't like seeing people suffer, and I love seeing people suck and then rise to greatness. It's like probably my favorite thing in life, to see people fail and then to climb back up and to achieve even more than you ever thought they would ever do. Like, that brings me joy. Like, Jets are going to be good one day.
And another thing you can now add to your resume, Trevor, a win in the Superdome.
Yeah, not a good. I thought about that before. I was like, I gotta get a win. That was part of like my, I was gonna play it out. Man, I can't go off.
I gotta do another Kraken game soon. I'm getting the itch. It's like I don't like not doing the game when it's on. But I have to obviously cater to NFL because that's the thing I love the most besides college football and wrestling. So I have to do the if we do the WWE pay-per-view, got to do that, and got to do as much NFL and college football. And then once those are over, then I'll do plenty of baseball, basketball, NASCAR, hockey, and other things. But I do miss it though. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just in my personality, having a little bit more like empathy and sympathy and being like, hard on the sleeve and super emotional, but super intense. Like, I love, like in a very fierce way, and I really want the best, for people. And I feel like nowadays, like even getting likes and, clicks and, it's just like things are so like weird on how people approach their subs and their likes and the things they like and the things that they don't like. But it's like, when you end up seeing a post, like let's say on any social media, and you look at it, you watch it, you like it, sometimes even watch it more than once, 2-3 times, and then you keep scrolling and you never go back to like it. Like, what is the reasoning in our brains that we do that? It's like we should just get to a point where, if you do really like something, just give it the like. You spent the time, you actually liked it. What's the point of actually like loving something and watching it on loop and repeat 5 times and then you just keep scrolling? Like, where does that hater mentality come from? Like, fuck that. I'm not giving that guy. That guy made me laugh, son of a bitch. That guy made a good video, fucker. Like, where did we go? This is weird, man. Odin's son, my boy, one of my goats, the true goat of all goats, the king of the north. If we were in Game of Thrones, we would be like living together. We would be like bunk mates, right? It's my guy. The first person to donate big before anybody did. A true believer. My guy. Super fan. Notre Dame Fighting Irish. New Jersey Devils. Kansas City Chiefs. And the biggest wrestling fan. Hardcore champion. It's my boy. All right, dude. No worries. I know the people that are going to support me because the people that support me are going to support me until I'm fucking dead. I mean, until I can't, I'm not here. I'm going to, this is not something that's temporary. This is a long, long journey, and it's like, even if I ended up winning like the lottery, I still would want to do this every day. Some people would be like, oh no, I'm just going to, it's like cool to have money, but the relationships and the bonds, to throw all of that away just because I have money and I can go travel or go to games or eat food. It's like, you got to be able to share your experiences in your life with people. You don't want to just keep it all to yourself. I guess some people can, but it's a very lonely road. It's in our DNA to be able to interact. So, my boy Odin's son in the building. What's good, brother? And you got McCole Hardman back so that the offense is Bootios. Patrick Mahomes is not playing elite football from a fantasy or for you guys, right? But I think adding McCole Hardman could really help. And it still need more, but you got to be able to limit some of the other touches to like Noah Gray, Justin Watt, Watson, maybe reduce them for Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore, and maybe go, more Kelsey, more Rice, maybe more Pacheco and McKinnon, and less of the other guys. So that way, when you're actually throwing the football, and if it goes to McCall, he'll catch it. Sometimes you have too many options, and the options that you have aren't good at the bottom. They got to get replaced. And I think Rice has earned his spot over Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, and everyone else. To me, that looks like it could be a weapon that you could use for the rest of the season besides, Pacheco being the best weapon and Kelsey. Hi, honey. Someone wants to say hi.
Thanks so much, Chris. Week 7 got off to a great start tonight, and there's even more action with 3 key games. We're talking about a surprising contender, the reigning champs in a rivalry game, and a possible Super Bowl preview. Good things come in threes, and that's definitely the case in Week 7 with a trio of big matchups. Lamar and the Ravens, the team nobody talks about, returned home from London to face the Detroit Lions, who are flying like Craig Reynolds looking to throw a block. The Lions have won 4 straight by double digits, and the phrase Lions Super Bowl is no longer just a punchline. And what a stretch it has been for Travis Kelce. We've got TNF, SNL, and now LAC. Unlike Thursday and Saturday, Kelce will need help from his surrounding cast this time, because the Chargers and that 9th-ranked total offense can put up points in a battle of AFC rivals, and Sandwich hopes Sunday would be a good time for the KC offense to start firing. It's only October, so I don't really want to talk Super Bowl previews, but we could be seeing a Super Bowl preview in the city of the brotherly shove. The Eagles are licking their wounds after their first loss, and now the league's highest-scoring offense, the Miami Dolphins, arrive. Miami leads the league in passing touchdowns, while Philly's busted-up secondary is just looking for healthy players. Are we looking at a huge day for the Cheetahs and a long day for the Eagles? Can't wait to see what happens in these epic matchups in Week 7.
Thank you so much, Taylor. So Miami, Philly, Tua versus Jalen, a battle, of course, of the college teammates. So Sherm, we know this is going to be a good one. What are you most looking forward to in this one?
I'm looking forward to great defense and great offense. Miami has Tua Tagovailoa leading the league in touchdown passes. Raheem Mostert.
She misses her dad. Dad misses her.
Leading the league in receiving touchdowns. I don't know if that's.
It's crazy to have such a strong bond. It's like sometimes people, take for granted the bonds they have with their kids or with their pets, which end up being family. But I'm telling you, nothing can make you better mentally on a day-to-day basis, than a family member, whatever that may be.
Denver, the Giants, and Carolina. So the tough teams that they played, Carolina, they win by 2, but Buffalo, they lose by 20 games.
I know, man. You had ESP. You called it, dude. But yeah, sometimes those moves kind of make sense. Like, get a random person. No, how about someone that used to be on our team, but they're not doing too good? Like maybe McCole Hardman or Juju, if Juju was healthy, and then boom, you get them back, and then maybe you can rekindle a little bit of magic from last year. So
They separate themselves in that way. Can they run the football here? And can the Eagles replicate something Buffalo did? Start really hot on offense.
Yeah, I mean, I just like being able to I think for dads that have females, or like me having a boy dog like Gito growing up and then having Paisley. I'll tell you what, it's a lot of maintenance, but I just feel with for me, I don't think I would be able to have a male dog ever again. The impact on her and my life, I don't even want to imagine not living with her. I want to be with her all the time. And it's like if I had to, go to that, path where I had to get another, I definitely would get same breed and I would get female. It's just 100%. It's like male and females, just like in general, are going to be different. Some are going to be really warm and some are going to be shy. Some will be cold-hearted. Some will be, more nice. It's like just like with the cats and the dogs and different animals and whatnot. But yeah, she's made my life so much for the better. I actually watched a video from the Dodo. You guys know the Dodo, where it does the animal videos, like on Facebook and Twitter X and Instagram, the Dodo, right? And then it does these dog videos or cat videos or whatever. Sometimes it's rescue shit or something really cool that happens to them. but it showed this like lady, and she was pushing around kind of like a pity and one of those like dog strollers and stuff. And she was like not old. She was young. She wasn't trying to be like show off and look like, oh, look at me. I'm, from California and I'm being trendy and not like that, just like showing her like interacting with the dog. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, this fucking human being is like the best. Like, cause some people think it's weird for people to like love, their dog that way. You know what I mean? But I was like, I see myself in that lady. I'm like, I'm always making sure that she's getting 1.5 to 2 hours of exercise, brand new water, multiple times throughout the day, making sure that if she needs like a little head massage or neck massage, making sure that we watch programs and talk to each other. And, I just think it's so important, to be able to have something like that, in your life. And I think the people that don't, obviously your life, it's going to be different, but I think that you can tell a lot about, when you see people treat pets, like if they don't like cats or dogs, that's hella suspect, that person. And, it's one thing if you're allergic and you can't be around them, that's different. But it's like, if you aren't allergic and you don't like cats or dogs, that person, a lot of times there's something suspect about that person. Not everyone, but in my experience, I don't know about that. And if they do have a dog or cat and they treat it like shit, how do you think they treat people? Because if they're going to treat an animal like shit, probably they're going to treat you like shit too, and the other people also. I'm a dog person personally, so. But I don't have any issues really with cats, but I've never been a cat person. I've always been dog, so. But I've been around like my other friends that have cats. They don't bother me. I could definitely see myself falling in love like I did with Paisley. If I had a baby kitten and I raised it from just being a fucking baby in my hand and then just watching them grow. And the crazy thing is that when you see people love something, you see them love it in the baby stage. And then when they get to be an adult, people stop treating the animal, the family member the same way. They like don't treat it the same. I think for me, it's the opposite. Like I love super, hard there in the beginning, but I feel as I see the progression in front of my very eyes, I think I'm in a deeper like sense of like wanting to be the best dog dad on planet Earth. Like, I want to literally just, make sure that I can make her life as comfortable and as long as possible where she's happy and she's eating good and she's not fat or overweight and she, can live a relatively great life, and, that takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy. But again, not everyone treats their pets like family. But if you treat a pet like shit, chances are you might treat other people like shit too. It's like red flags. Think about some of your friends and your friends' friends and people that you've like seen, that you consider a friend, or an acquaintance of someone else. And you're like, damn, what the hell's going on over here? Yeah.
All right, well, here's a holiday that we love to celebrate. Our Richard Sherman on the end there. He opened up a restaurant with Chancellor in Seattle called Legion, appropriately named, of course. And so some of us took a trip there to celebrate our guy. We are so proud of you. So congratulations once again. If you're in the Seattle, Bellevue area, make sure you stop in.
All right. Well, I need to go exercise again, take Paisley out and whatnot. Anything that you guys want to do picture wise, just fucking type it in the chat, holler. And I'm just going to go through all the photos that I've done pretty much from today. And then we'll cycle through all those. And if there's anything else that you guys want to see, let me know. I can always stay for a while if need be. I know Odin, you just got in here and whatnot, but just let me know. And then we can go from there. Cause I definitely need to eat dinner. I need to exercise, probably get some Nat Geo or Discovery or History Channel in. I like to learn and watch educational shit every day. Groupie with groupies. ETN, he's kind of good. 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games. Fantasy dream. He's kind of good. Undersized, but shifty. It's like kind of what I hoped Rachaad White from my Bucks was going to turn into, something like that, but nowhere near that kind of talent. Then we had our boy come in the room, Calvin, right? Calvin Griffin, right? And then did a little $20 dono. So we got a little Bianca Belair. hot, athletic, going to be one of the Hall of Famers easily, and will be the sister version of Charlotte Flair when it's all said and done. And that is awesome. She could be my wife. It's cool to be able to see the representation too, to have a black chick like her and to be able to be so awesome, like, on the Charlotte level, for athleticism. So it's like anytime we can get Asian wrestlers or black wrestlers, Mexican wrestlers, like you get a wide variety, but it's just nice to be able to see the spotlight grow from just like Charlotte Flair. Like there's others. Maybe it started with Lita and Charlotte Flair, but then it's like, oh, we got a sister version, and sometimes does it even better, some moves than even Charlotte. So very cool. She's always fun to watch. I wish Sasha Banks was still in WWE. And like I said, you can do a match with her and Charlotte and anyone else, and it'll be fire, or one-on-one matchups. She's goated. Goated. AK-41. Even though I'm a Bucks fan, I still like you. First down, Saints. I like this guy too. Get him the ball more. You get him the ball more, you win. I mean, just look at him. He looks like a stud, right? You just look at him. He says, football player. I'm getting in the end zone. Touchdown, me. Simple. I mean, shit, if I can recognize it, I know a lot of other people can. And look at that jersey swag. Color Rush. Give me one. I'd rock that. I'm a Bucks fan. I'd rock a fucking Taysom fucking Color Rush. That guy's fucking awesome. Good old Hack. He had to will us to a victory. He said, no food if we don't get the win. We're not going 0-5. And they said, shit, we're hungry. Maddie's like, I'm hungry for wins. And we got one finally. And Grew didn't play, right? He was benched.
There's just so much.
Maddie.
On the sidelines, there's the exasperation.
MT13.
Olave giving him the cold shoulder. There's Kamara's facial expressions. There's him and Carmichael on the sideline. There's just a lot going on.
Oh, it's still on? Shit, I should turn it on. Hold on. The hell am I doing here? I got to go here, but let me turn it on before I go.
I'm just saying the same thing I said at the top of the show. There's a change is coming. It's got to come because it's not working right. It's not working. This is a performance-driven business, and if you're not performing, they got to make changes. And Derek's frustrated. Where does the blame go? Okay, that's what it is. What do you think?
I think there's the blame. I mean, you look at it. A lot of it's happening.
Carolina Hurricane versus Seattle Kraken. Shit. All right, it's on. Jade going at the man. Appreciate you hanging out. Right? But he's done well, right? He's done well. 4-1, so I would assume that, yeah, he did very well so far. Only giving up one goal. That's like just as good as Grew. Hell, better than Grew this year. Well, at least it's 4-1, not 2-1. Then the panic is really real. This is you. And then after we win. Oh, definitely. Everyone needs rest. We can't expect anybody, even elite or average goalies or above average. Like, guys are going to get tired. So, all right, I gotta go and spend some time with Paisley, go exercise and go eat. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very much. And it ended up being a pretty good game. Who would have thought? I mean, like I on paper, it looked like it was going to be money, but it took a while for the Saints to get going. Final score: Jacksonville 31, Saints 24. The Saints dropped to 3-3. The Jacksonville Jags improved to 4-2 and are one of the top 4 teams in the AFC. Big facts. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for everyone that donated, commented, shared, hung out to watch some football, talk life, hockey, Paisley, and a little bit of everything. You guys are the best. I appreciate everyone that has supported. And we'll be back tomorrow for, I assume, a football or baseball stream. I'll take a look at the schedule to see what we got going on. And as I look, we have SMU and Temple. So that wouldn't really be worth doing, but maybe there's some basketball or there'll be a baseball game Friday, which will be Phillies and Diamondbacks. Oh, wow. There's a Hurricanes goal, Megan. Uh-oh. 4-2. You called it. Your ESP was on point. You're like, I'm worried. Boom, a goal right after that. Well, hopefully we hang on. It's 4-2. So I love you guys and appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Okay.